PRA.com, or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
College holds a mythic place in American culture, but there are stories you won't hear on the campus tours.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything from rigged admissions to the drama of Greek life and student protests. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 for just $239 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or check out a new 2025 RAV4 and lease for $289 a month for 36 months. Or get 4.7% financing for 60 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Yo, Doylestown, we know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
That changed my life.
So Charlie Kirk, that was a beautiful tribute that his widow, Erica, actually had posted. And a lot of this, I know many of you followed his wife. And his wife, Erica, is somebody who's so meaningful. She's, in her own right, I think in the Christian community, as a Christian conservative woman. I think many of you know her. It's so funny how I have friends who I didn't realize how much they just love Charlie Kirk. Yeah. And I knew when I sent that clip to Dan Borowski, he and his wife Maisie, in the age group with Mr. and Mrs. Kirk, and having 2 little children, thinking about babies, social media, I know that you and Maisie relate to that feeling.
Being in this industry, Charlie's someone I've been aware of for a while now. So to kind of grow alongside him and see him take off, and then for this to happen to him, it was a tough day yesterday.
It was.
You can hear me now.
Yesterday hurt.
Yeah.
It hurt.
Yeah.
And we're all hurting from this. I will say this, our First Lady, Melania Trump, who of course is with President Trump and commemorating the lives that were lost on September 11th and that terror attack, but as well, our First Lady speaking about, Charlie's children yesterday, releasing that statement that the children will be raised with stories instead of memories, photographs instead of laughter, and silence where their father's voice should have echoed. Melania Trump writing, Charlie Kirk's life should serve as a symbolic reminder that compassionate awareness elevates family, love, and country. Thank you to our beautiful First Lady with beautiful words. Once again, she's just so poignant. And I will also say, I believe it was released, the news released about Barron Trump, her only child, her baby, who has been obviously at school in New York. The news broke, I'll say mid-morning, but I believe before the shooting announcement, that Barron Trump has moved into the White House and is going to be still attending NYU, but from living in D.C., from that campus and arranging special arrangements. It did make me wonder that maybe not the timing, because they obviously had made that decision, but have there been escalated threats that Secret Service said, we want Barron, rather than being a college kid in New York, we want him in the White House where we can promise his security. And so I just wonder if this is all interrelated with elevated risks, elevated threats of political violence against our first family. And so we'll continue the conversation with Ryan Mannion, of course, Gold Star Sister, and the Mannion, obviously, Foundation with what's coming up this weekend, how you can get involved. Please, I know that we don't have, do we have time for this call? We got to get to
let's take
Ryan.
Rita real quick. We can take Rita and then we can go straight
Dan.
into Ryan if you want. Here's Rita.
Hey, Rita, good morning.
Good morning. I
It's a
mean,
rough
it's so
one.
sad. Let me explain to you what I believe the motive was.
Yes, Miss Rita.
Charlie Kirk was for the children. They want to have sex with these babies. They want to turn them from female into male, for anything for the babies. He wasn't for that because you only get one childhood. And to shoot to kill that man, that's I believe is the reason. And also, I'm going to say this, Ms. Dawn, and to the other guy that answered the phone. I believe the suspect is gay. I do. And it was wrong. Let those children lead their lives. They took this man, but you know what? He's up there in heaven.
Yes.
Because he died for somebody else's children. These babies need to be protected. And he gave his life to protect these children.
Miss Rita, I wish we were in person so I could give you a big hug. Love to you, and you're right. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I haven't heard your voice in a while, so thank you so much for sharing your grief, because there are the stages of grief. I've been crying all morning, and then at some point, I just, you go through that stage where you get your energy changes, and you say, all right, I'm getting angry about this, in a way to fuel your energy in a different direction. And that really brings me to somebody I won't even say is a friend or a guest. I would say she's a friend, not a guest. And that's somebody who knows what it's like to go through, lose somebody, so your best friend, your brother, someone who's a true American hero who died for our nation and sacrificed everything. And then to change that energy of grief and heartbreak into action. And I believe that's what makes our Gold Star Sister, Ryan Mannion, so special after your brother Travis making the ultimate sacrifice. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
I'm good, Dawn. How are you?
Oh, thanks for being here this morning. And just your reaction to this morning, 24 years, September 11th. I do want to make sure that we talk about the events that weekend, because I think on a day like this, people just sort of feel depressed for so many reasons. Charlie Kirk, September 11th, thinking about those who've sacrificed in the military. And I know we want to talk about mental health. So what can you do? You can get involved in the Mannion Foundation, right? And the Travis Mannion Foundation. And it's something that's active and energetic where you can move things forward in a positive way. So I want to get into all of it this morning, but just your thoughts as you go about your day this morning.
I mean, of course, September 11th is, it's always a heavy day, right? I think that collectively, we all remember where we were 24 years ago today. And, I mean, it certainly feels heavier today with the disgusting act of political violence that took place and having that weigh into just where we are 24 years later. And, I look at it and I often talk about September 11th. It was like September 11th, we saw the worst of humanity. But what followed that was the best of humanity. Yes. And I think if you were old enough to remember, you remember that feeling of unity that came in the days and weeks that followed September 11th, 2001. And, it's heavy right now because we feel so far removed from that feeling. Yeah. And so, at the Travis Mannion Foundation, our goal is to unite communities, to bring back that feeling of American patriotism that we all felt on September 12th, 2001. And so, through our 9/11 Heroes runs, of which we have over 100 this year and many within the Philadelphia area, the idea is not a 5K race. It's about galvanizing communities to come together, to honor that sacrifice and to honor that pledge that we made to never forget the loss of life and to never forget how we are all Americans, right?
Yes.
At the end of the day, the beauty of our country is we all have differing opinions, but we need to be able to come together, and we need to be able to live in a country where we don't have to worry about things like yesterday taking place. And so, I mean, I feel very differently this year than I have in the last 23 years. I'm saddened. I'm reflective, and it feels really heavy today.
Yeah.
Really heavy.
Yeah, for today, and right, if you go to travismanion.org, and I encourage you to, and all of the information, I think you probably already know because we love the Travis Manion Foundation and Ryan, but talking about being part of the solution when we think about veterans self-harm. And, the stat that hits you right there on the TMF site is more than 4 times as many service members and veterans have died by suicide than were killed in combat. That's a staggering number. And I know I'm Donnie Downer this morning, and I apologize, but this is real, and I think we have to get real and say, okay, what are we going to do today? And that's why we thank you and your family, as I know this is not easy, Ryan, but in part, it gives people this outlet to say, all right, let's turn this energy, tears, all of it, and put it into TMF, donate, volunteer, or get your butt out there. And I know are you going to be in Doylestown this Saturday?
Our Doylestown race is actually at the end of September. I think it's October 5th, actually.
Okay.
We close out our national race series in Doylestown, and I will 100% be there.
And so Nick Hale, Greg Stocker, a lot of us from WPHT will be to that one October 5th. But also there's the one coming up. I know that it was the New Jersey one this past weekend, this Saturday.
Philadelphia is this weekend. I think Philadelphia is this Saturday at the Navy Yard. So you have one right down in the city. And, again, when you look at just collectively the suicide epidemic that is facing our nation's veterans, there are a million different resources, and we just need to make sure that our veterans know where they can go to access that care. But one of the big factors in veteran mental health and well-being and having them get to a place where they aren't taking their lives is about creating community for them. And that's what we do at the Travis Manion Foundation. We are a community where veterans can come and be part of the solution, the solutions that we need to find within our country to show up again as civic assets. And a lot of times our veterans are facing mental health afflictions because they've lost that sense of purpose. And the Travis Manion Foundation exists to give that sense of purpose back to them.
And for your family, I know your dad has been honored recently, actually, with, I believe, by the Phillies organization and many other organizations, and as well your brother, who I first learned about when my son Michael, because he was going to LaSalle College High School, and of course that's where your brother went before serving in the U.S. Marines. And so it's kind of amazing how this local organization, you're not just local anymore. Even though it's grassroots, you are serving really across America and starting something I think that's got to feel good for you as a Gold Star sister who lost her best friend and brother.
We started out, like you said, as a small memorial fund in the Philadelphia area, and we are still headquartered in the Philadelphia area, but we are now one of the nation's largest veteran service organizations. And for me, being able to honor my brother's legacy personally in this way is so rewarding, and I feel so blessed every day that I'm able to do it. But to see the lives that Travis's name and legacy continues to change every day, it's profound. And it's because of the WPHT viewership, who from the earliest days was there to support us in a big way. But, it's an amazing thing when you can see how people can come together under good, right?
Yes.
And I think that's what our country needs, more good.
Yeah, it's beautifully said. As far as you, what does your day look like? I know that on this day, you're talking to many different people. Can you take us through, for you, your family, the Travis Manion, Foundation and organization? What is today and through the weekend, all of these different events? What is that? What does your schedule entail today? Are you going to be at the Phillies game? What happens on this day for you?
I am actually in the great state of Texas right now. I'll be doing some events down here in Texas, and then I will hop on a plane and I'll be hitting our Annapolis, Maryland 9/11 Heroes Run this weekend. I'm going to be doing a bunch of different media hits talking about the work that we do. And across the country, not only do we have races, but we have veterans and inspired civilians volunteering in different service projects and really just getting out and bringing communities together. And I think that's what we need right now, right? Yeah. We need a place where we can go and we can be with each other and we can remember all the good that this country has to offer, especially at a time like this.
Well, Ryan Manion, we love you. Safe travels from Texas all across the country. You've got to be the best sister ever, Gold Star sister. I know your brother in heaven is smiling down upon you, but to you and your family, blessings and safe travels. Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks, Dawn, as always.
Aw, take care. Just love her. She's
amazing.
Isn't she? She's an amazing human being. You think of the whole family.
Yeah.
Her dad, obviously, Colonel Manion. We feel like they're part of our family, truly, because of all the events. I met her 10 years ago when the Zioli Show was still on afternoons, obviously, and just incredible people who lean in, even despite their heartache and their grief. A lot of times you just want to go in a corner and cry by yourself, but that's never good. It's never healthy. And so there you have it. I mean, Ryan Manion just saying, come out, have a sense of community, get involved, lean in to this. And I think Charlie Kirk, essentially, and that's as we pay tribute to Charlie Kirk, that's really what he was all about. To say his mantra, and you'll hear from Charlie. You'll hear Charlie's voice today because we want to think about what he said. What he was saying is, hey, if we stop having that conversation with the other side, you know what happens? That's when bad things happen. When we walk away and we remove ourselves from the community. But instead, have the talk because we can always find common ground as human beings. So we'll pay tribute to him, pay tribute to our patriots, and also ask you, where were you 24 years ago, if you were born yet, on September 11th? And we'll move forward from there. We have a lot of other news of the day that we'll get to. But maybe you've been thinking about our friends from Piazza Auto Group, Piazza Premium Automobiles. Tomorrow, we'll be at the Willow Grove Piazza Auto Group, the Jaguar dealership there at Piazza tomorrow, all the way from 6 a.m. all the way till noon. I hope you stop by. And, of course, with our dear friends from, the SPCA and Brandywine SPCA, my friend Sarah Smith, all those beautiful puppies and doggies. Last time we were out and we were in Westchester at that Piazza, I turned to Greg at the end of the day, I said, you know what, just holding the puppies all day, and I held them for like 6-7 hours, it really was like therapy. So maybe right now is the time to either be a foster parent for a puppy or kitty cat or adopting a dog or a kitty cat. We can't put the pressure on Dan Borowski because Dan and Maisie, they already have a dog and they're getting a baby. So you're off the hook, my friend. You're the only one who's off the hook. But maybe you've been thinking about an electric vehicle. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they want to remind you about the $7,500 federal tax credit on new electric vehicles. That ends September 30th at the end of the fiscal year, obviously before October 1st. $7,500 towards, let's say, a new BMW i4, i5, i7. Now, what about a Jaguar I-Pace? You can check one out. We'll be at the Jaguar dealership, by the way. They're at Willow Grove Piazza. Or maybe an Alfa Romeo Tonale PHEV. Oh, Tonale. What about a Mercedes-Benz EQE? Just visit your local Piazza Premium dealer before the end of this month. Get the EV you know you've been dreaming of. Browse their extensive vehicle collection, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you been procrastinating in getting your furnace or AC replaced? Well, stop procrastinating, because right now you can get up to $2,600 in rebates and up to $2,600 in federal tax credits. But don't wait. These rebates and tax credits don't last forever. Act now, because before December 31st, you can get them. After, you can't. We are your how to save money experts. Contact us today at marvinecans.com. That's marvinecans.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
You want a roof that doesn't leak? Of course, that's a given. You need a roofing partner with the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Still asleep?
How cold.
Caitlin! Let's go, honey! It's 11.
I've tried everything. Texted, knocked, even DM'd her. I might be blocked.
Okay, time to break out the Hatfield.
Oh, sweet. Bacon. And it's only 11? What a morning.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork. Find yours at simplyhatfield.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I've talked about going to Bob's Little Sports Shop for great events like Bachelor, Bachelorette, hosting private parties at Bob's Little Sports Shop. Well, an incredible event coming up September 27th, Guys and Gals Combo with individualized training. Bob's offers both men and women trained instructors, private and closed events that can host up to 30 people. They have smaller group events during business hours that can host 10 or less. You can have your own instructor for shooting range fun. Just call Bob's for pricing and details. No alcohol or drugs permitted on premises, obviously. Ask about lessons on introduction to firearms, shooting and cleaning classes. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Firearms ID cards are not required for anyone attending events, and no previous experience is necessary. Bob's is the place to learn about firearms, especially for new shooters or anyone interested in learning about firearms ownership. Bob'sLittleSportShop.com is where you want to go. And don't forget, September 27th, Guys and Gals Combo. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If anyone around here is going to be a master debater, it's me. So let's go. Who wants to debate the master debater? Let's go. You right there.
That's the stupidest haircut I've ever seen.
You are bound. Leviticus 3:17 says it shall be a perpetual statute for your generation throughout all your dwellings. So you can shut up, baby. You just hate America and you love abortions.
Stupidest haircut I've ever seen. First of all, I just think it's hilarious. And secondly, the whole thing is like, wait, so a campus thing I've been doing for 13 years to debate random college kids has now been so important that it gets prominent primetime placement on Comedy Central. I think the whole thing is just awesome.
There's Charlie Kirk. What a great sense of humor. And that's what I love about it, that South Park makes fun of him. He embraces it. He leans in, loves seeing his bright smile. And, you know, he loved those. We'll play more of those clips. Dan has everything. We thank Dan Borowski.
I have more thoughts on South Park that might just be immediately relevant if you want it.
Okay.
Okay, everybody, the South Park episode just dropped, and honestly, it is hilarious. I mean, part of it is kind of like whatever, typical humor, but it was hilarious. Just watch this little snippet of our Prove Me Wrongs, our viral cultural domination on prime time on Comedy Central. So important, so impactful that South Park is highlighting. Watch it.
I'm sick of people stealing my stick. If anyone around here is going to be a master debater, it's me. So let's go. Who wants to debate the master debater? Let's go. You right there.
That's the stupidest haircut I've ever seen.
You are bound. Leviticus 3:17 says it shall be a perpetual statute for your generation throughout all your dwellings. So you can shut up, baby. You just hate America and you love abortions.
Not only that, but Jeremiah 1:5, I made you in the womb. South Park gets this right. In fact, I think they've been watching a lot of Charlie Kirk videos. Watch.
Oh my God, what makes you think you have the right to say what I do with my body?
Let me ask you something. If a pregnant woman is killed and the baby dies too, why is the killer charged with a double homicide?
Well, because people have different beliefs.
It's not about belief, it's about truth. Science confirms life begins at conception. So yes, Jeremiah 1:5 says, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. But it's just morality that demands we protect the most vulnerable.
And we got our own award show as part of South Park. I was told going in, Charlie, if they say your name, that's a big win. Well, apparently there's the Charlie Kirk Awards.
Hello and welcome to the 3rd annual Charlie Kirk Award for Young Master Debaters. More and more young people today are learning to...
Oh, classic. To see him, and he loved it. He enjoyed it. He embraced it. And had a great sense of humor. Was there more of him? I don't want to talk over. I heard the music.
Been furiously master debating for the past several days.
Now, there's going to be a lot said about this, but we need to have a good spirit about being made fun of. This is all a success. This is all a win. We as conservatives, we have thick skin, not thin skin. And you can make fun of us. It doesn't matter. And until next time, I hope all of you also become master debaters for truth. Okay.
Thank you, Charlie. We love you. I can't believe he's gone. And yes, we're all working on becoming master debaters. So there's that. What a cutie pie. And just I know that our hearts are hurting, but I just think to see him, and I'm going to play more of Charlie Kirk from not the grave, but from heaven above, because he certainly had proclaimed Jesus Christ as his personal savior. And so I know today he's in heaven, hoping that we'll all do the right thing, not cry too much, get angry, turn that energy into something that's all for the better. And I do think he also, you know, when I look back on him, how was it that he was so young and he was so right throughout his time? And he was like a teenager and he was inspired by the Tea Party. I went to those Tea Party meetings, especially in Delaware County. I remember that back in the day. But he was just so ahead of his time, like this old soul. But he had a real sense of community. And remember how he went up against Fauci. And this does remind me of Zioli. And that Zioli early on had that instinct, you know, to question Fauci. Remember that early on? Charlie Kirk did too. He was like this young guy who had such a sense about him, righteous, but not judgy. And that's just it. He got up close and personal, and he wanted the sense of, he understood, and that was why he spoke out against the pandemic shutdowns and the bans. Remember that? And he said, they don't want us to go to church. They don't want us to gather and pray together, and they want to separate us. He was all about that sense of community. And yeah, Princess of Profanity, Amy, I saw what you said. I'm going to disagree with you, by the way, in the Zeoli community. I'm going to disagree with you about saying that you thought Charlie was smarter than Rich Zeoli. I'm calling you out. I don't think that Charlie was smarter than Zeoli. I think they both have their brand of smarts, street smarts. Rich has a lot of wisdom now. I see your little gray, Zeoli, you know. But I will tell you this, definitely, and this might hurt if Rich is listening, but Charlie Kirk was definitely taller than Zeoli. And that Zeoli definitely was jealous of that 6'5", that, you know, he's very tall. Charlie Kirk, very tall guy.
Sure. What was your name again? I'm sorry.
I don't think I told you. My name's Mercury.
Nice to meet you. Okay, I'm going to ask that question a lot. First of all, that question should not even have to be asked, but when people stop talking, really bad stuff starts. When marriages stop talking, divorce happens. When civilizations stop talking, civil war ensues. When you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to want to commit violence against that group. What we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have reasonable disagreement where violence is not an option.
Do you think that's not emotional violence?
How is this? What is emotional violence, by the way? I don't know what that is.
It is harm intentionally perpetrated on another another human being that is intentionally targeted at their emotional well-being.
Okay, so feelings mean nothing to me. Isn't why we had the First Amendment to try to push our boundaries and to hear things that might make you mildly uncomfortable?
This doesn't make me mildly uncomfortable.
Does it make you very uncomfortable?
It makes me angry.
Oh, it makes me angry. And so this individual was confronting him, talking about the anger, but you see, he still was having the conversation with this person. And hopefully at the end, and that was his whole thing. If you look at, you know, if you go back and see what Charlie Kirk was all about, he often won over people, even people that did not agree with him philosophically, but said, you know what? All right, this guy, this is what he thinks, but he gave me the time of day. We played earlier on Kale and Company with Greg Stocker played Jillian Michaels, who said, you know, she's married to a woman. She was buddies with Charlie, and all the time they were back and forth. He supported her. And so it wasn't that he hated somebody because they were different than him or thought different things. It was just that we can debate our policy differences or even life choices, right? But that he was going to speak his piece and speak his mind. So as he talks about that, and that really brings me into this latest, my sort of my moral, ethical struggle that I've been having all morning. And Dan Borowski and I were talking about this. You know this about Dan Borowski, our executive producer, right? That his father, renowned and highly respected journalist from our area. So Dan grew up in a news home, right? Is that fair to say? A journalism home?
Newsrooms a lot of times visiting.
So
being babysat by reporters.
You feel the pain of my kids, right?
Oh yeah.
But in this one, I said to Dan, what do I do? Because somebody who I follow, a lot of us follow on social media and so on, podcaster, and it's Steven Crowder, right? And so Crowder, he had put out an exclusive report that he received from a source within DOJ, within the ATF, and he puts up the document that Dan is putting up on YouTube. Because, and here's our mindset, and we'll just take you behind the scenes for a moment. We kind of talked this out during one of the commercial breaks where Dan suggested, you know, in our YouTube community, we have a community. We all know each other, smaller community, right? And so for those of you on YouTube, I said, all right, I'm not saying it verbally, going out over the airwaves to God knows where, or on the airwaves across the nation, etc. I don't want to trigger anybody. I don't want to be improper.
Yeah.
right, Dan? And that's
well, I think in this time, less than 24 hours that it's happened, it's absolutely important that if we report any information, especially information that might incite further violence, or that we do the responsible thing and say this is unconfirmed. This is a report from somebody else. That we're showing on the screen here, but it's one of those things where we want to give our audience all the information we can, but we need to stress that this is unconfirmed, and it's not our reporting, but we want to make sure that we bring it to the attention of the audience.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, so part of it, what they put out there, and this was before the news conference, the officials, the investigators at the federal and local levels there in Utah, and UVA's campus, they've confirmed a lot of this, that this suspect, fired one shot from an elevated position on that rooftop right adjacent in an adjacent building on the campus there. They do have surveillance video showing that suspect, and they feel it's high quality video. They have a good image of this suspect, which tells you they're doing a lot of facial recognition and all of that to try to find this individual. They're not releasing the video, but they see that suspect jumping off and fleeing the area on foot. This is what we were told in that live news conference in the 9 a.m. hour that we played part of. Greg played part of it we took it live and then played back some of it. But then it gives a little more detail than we were given in the news conference, but that this high caliber, a bolt action rifle wrapped in a towel, it was discovered there. And that it appears to match what would have been the, assassination weapon, the murder weapon, if you will, that would have been used. The detail that I've been avoiding, that I'm not going to say verbally, but you can see it on the screen, refers to the spent cartridge, which was still chambered in addition to 3 unspent rounds at the top of the magazine, if you will. And so what the cartridges may have purportedly have engraved some wording on those cartridges. This is the part I'm not going to say. What the ideology was engraved on those, an important clue for investigators, but they did, you can see it says teams.doj.gov. They're identifying that these were some of the ATF folks who responded there locally. They're saying that as well, and that the ATF obviously assisting in the investigation with multiple federal, state, local partners in the case, and co-led by the FBI as well as the Utah SBI. So it looks credible. And forgive me, but I'm being conservative, and Dan is too. Just with my journalism background, I do not feel comfortable verbally saying it. But for our YouTube community, you saw what those etchings were. Yeah. Okay. And so that's the compromise that we'll live with for now. I have no doubt that throughout the day, perhaps, they're going to give us more information, Dan, and then we'll learn more. And you can certainly, if you follow Steven Crowder, and you can look at it for yourself, just want to give you the sourcing on that, and you can be a judge. I just want to be ultra careful. I think that there are a lot of people who maybe are on the edge. I don't want to ever trigger anybody, but I want to give you every ounce of information. That's what Dan and I do. We always give you sourcing, so that's important too. My God, it's 11 o'clock. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got to go.
We got to go, and we will update you around the corner. We've got Linda Kearns. Linda's gonna update you on a real election battle, if you will, that's happening, or something that's a battle that is a court battle that is critical to our elections and ballots happening here in Pennsylvania. We'll try to make this quick and get right back into it. Thanks for being here.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Guess who's watching Rob Finnerty on Newsmax? President Trump is. He even says Finnerty's show is so terrific. Millions are joining President Trump to watch Finnerty every night at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax. All this week, Rob looks at the media's war on President Trump. Rob gives you the facts about the National Guard in cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. He tells you the real truth about the Jeffrey Epstein files, and he reveals the big media's agenda on Trump's health. You need to watch Rob Finnerty on Newsmax. Check out your local cable system. Newsmax is on all major systems. Or download the free Newsmax app. It costs you nothing, and you can watch in minutes. Finnerty is the fastest growing primetime news show in America. Find out why even President Trump is tuning in. More than 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for news they can trust. Because we are real news for real people.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Don Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We are working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we are confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately.
And so that's the latest, the news conference and the information we are being given. One of the statements I caught was they said something to the effect of the primary suspect is yet to be identified. Now, maybe that's just the way they worded it, but to me, then I thought they did have other persons of interest. Did they feel that somebody else there was some kind of, in some way, an assistant, an associate, or helping this person carry this out? We don't have that information. I don't see that anybody is saying that there is a danger, and that's curious to me. Generally speaking, they would lock down an area, shelter in place. I don't see that they're still sheltering in place in the vicinity of where this happened at the campus there in Utah at UVA. And so that tells me they are confident that this assassin left his large high-powered rifle behind and that he fled quite quickly from his rooftop perch after the political assassination, the targeting, one shot fired to take the life, but certainly not take away the legacy or the mission that lives on of the late, great, young Charlie Kirk, 31 years young. And like I say, we know that he was the father of two young children, many of us talking about that yesterday. A little boy who just turned 1 in May of this year, and he and his wife, Erica, their little girl, just turned 3 just last month. Beautiful young couple. And, I know that I think she was a Miss Phoenix. They had met and lived in Arizona and living out that American dream, but she was there yesterday when this struck. So Charlie Kirk was the founder and CEO of Turning Point USA, which you well know was something. He had this vision. He dropped out of college. He was from just outside Chicago, Arlington Heights, and which is a suburb. It's kind of like if you lived. The equivalent I would say is if he was from, let's say, I'll say Lower Merion,
Cherry Hill,
or Cherry Hill on the Jersey side. Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Let's say if it's on the Pennsylvania side, I'd say maybe Bala Cynwyd. That would be, I think, the equivalent to Chicago, to the city of Chicago. So lived in the suburbs, mom and dad, family there. And so he, as a teenager, 18 years young, decided that this is what he had this idea to go through and create these campus chapters to support not just being a conservative on a political level, but also being a Christian or being a person of faith from the Judeo-Christian type backgrounds, and started out. And then he went to the RNC in 2016. And that was when he'd already met Trump, already met Eric Trump, but he was meeting people who were so impressed with this young guy, including Trump, but met a lot of people who said, you know what, this kid, there's something special about him, and I want to fund him. And so he received backing from other conservatives, obviously, who had money, and said, we want to back this idea. Turning Point USA, that could be a thing. Let's go across college campuses. And remember, he was the one. He started early on as a young guy. He dropped out of college, but he obviously a brilliant guy. But he was somebody who said, you know what? I want to start this where you can actually, let's expose professors who are purposely trying to do indoctrination or trying to give disinformation about history. And we want to call them out, call universities out. And he was part of all of that. He started the things that we talk about. Yeah, young Charlie as a teenager, he started that. It's really incredible when you think about what a visionary he was. And I'm so grateful as to the old soul that he was, because he wanted to have kids and a wife at a young age. and really reminds us of, you know what he reminded me of? I'll say this final thing. He reminds me of the fact, I wish I had celebrated Charlie Kirk more. You know, I personally, you can tell I followed him. I loved him for years and years and years. And I think, why didn't I have him on? I just felt like he had this huge space. I mean, he's like a leader. And so, but I really wish that I would have played his clips more from his podcast. And I thought, all right, this is a wake up call to me. Got to do that more. We have to make those connections and do the victory lap. You know, do the YMCA. It's just like I do with Trump as the Trumpaholic. Amy, that was you. But to not just celebrate our president or our local conservatives, right? But to celebrate the other voices who are so critical in our community. Linda Kearns, the great election integrity goddess, as I call her. She's a local attorney too. Oh man, she has so much great information. You want to hear from Linda, so stay right there.
Before we get there,
Before we get there, Dan.
On the way out, I got another clip of Charlie. YouTube.com/@12 and WPHT to see a video version of this.
Here it is.
I don't know if you know, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-260-1679. 800-260-1679. Again, that's 800-260-1679.
Hey honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No, what are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh, so how do we deal with that?
I'm gonna call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, let's be real. Nobody likes getting hit with a huge car repair bill. Your ride is how you get around, right? But what happens when that check engine light pops on or something just stops working? That's where CarShield comes in. They've got this low-cost plan paid month to month that basically saves you from shelling out big bucks for future auto repairs. Think about it. If your engine dies or your AC quits, you could pay almost nothing for the fix. Seriously, almost nothing. No more draining your savings for a surprise breakdown. This is a heads up for everyone out there. If your old warranty is about to run out or you don't have any coverage at all, right now, this protection plan is super affordable. And to sweeten the deal, if you sign up today, you also get free roadside assistance, free towing, and even options for a rental car. No extra charge for any of that. Get smart about your ride and your money. Call CarShield for your free quick quote today. Just dial 800-220-4067. That's 800-220-4067. Future-proof your ride with CarShield. Call 800-220-4067. That's 800-220-4067. Again, 800-220-4067.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
He is, my husband, Charlie Kirk, is a force. He is a force. He is bold when the world demands silence. He is fearless where others flinch, and he has taken on the battle of the next generation, changing these hearts and minds. I know you guys have seen it at the college campuses, changing the hearts and minds of these kids. It's not a career to him, it's a calling. And it's so incredible to see as a wife how God has prepared him, how God has molded him.
And so that's Mrs. Charlie Kirk, now a young widow of 2 young children. That was Erica Kirk. She was introducing her husband at a recent event, not the one that happened yesterday, but fairly recently with Turning Point USA. Former Miss Arizona mommy, loved her husband. And so this, as we learned that Erica and perhaps other family members, her parents, Charlie's parents, and loved ones President Trump will be meeting with them later in the day at some point. So we'll watch for that as he extends personal condolences to Mrs. Kirk and the family. And this as the manhunt continues, obviously, and we've been keeping you up to date on that. Locally, we've been talking about this case that's making its way through the courts on one hand, and that is, what about what is legal with mail-in ballots? Do you need to actually sign the ballot? Do you need to actually, write the date on the envelope on the outside for those mail-in ballots? And then what about the fact that it seems like, when things happen to, people working the polls who are Republicans, is there sort of an idea here in Pennsylvania that, well, nothing to see here, not a big investigation? We've talked a lot about those workers for the Republican side who were intimidated and had things happen to them because they were targeted, because they had, let's say, lawn signs that let others know that they were, in fact, Trump supporters or Republicans. Is that kind of political persecution okay? We've been following that investigation, too. Let's bring in attorney, and this is an election integrity attorney, but also a local family attorney, Linda Kearns. How are you?
Good morning, Dawn. Thank you for having me on this very difficult day, both September 11th and the day after Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Yeah, so Linda, we were, talking on the phone yesterday, and this was, when we were talking on the phone, full disclosure, I think you were driving. I went in the backyard because I had just gotten home from work. And so I was on the phone with you in the yard just to get some fresh air. And it was during our phone conversation. I didn't realize until we got off the phone that
this happened.
Yes.
And, I have to tell you, Dawn, I'm disappointed, and I'm disappointed because what I'm hearing from everyone from the top on down in both sides, both parties, are the exact same platitudes I heard back in July 2024 after the attempted assassination of President Trump and the killing and the murder of Corey Compouture. Everyone from the top down seems to be regurgitating the same exact platitudes about that there's no place for this in civilized society, that there's no place for this, but that it bubbled up again within weeks last July. So what is going to change? And I know personally, as counsel to the campaign here in Pennsylvania, I dealt with very serious threats to my workers. One, a bomb threat in Montgomery County, and one serious violence to one of my workers in Erie County. And luckily, I was able to work with law enforcement. And there were many other threats, like the one that you just mentioned, that the letters to voters who had signs on their lawn, which after the election, the Public Interest Legal Foundation, we filed a lawsuit. I'm in court next week on that because we're trying to find the perpetrators.
And
but
I'm sorry. Go
ahead. There has to be change this time. We can't just hear these same old platitudes and then hear the rhetoric bubble up again by next week.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I know that maybe others will say, well, this happens on both sides. It just feels like, it just feels a little different, doesn't it? It feels like, when it happens to Republicans, whether it's the Charlie Kirk thing, most people in their lifetimes have never even seen this. And you think of the effect on the future generations, my sons, college age kids, teenagers, really impacted by this. But then but then on top of it, Linda, you think about some of what we're talking about. Were these, you talk about a bomb threat, you talk about things that happen through the mail or threats, that sort of thing. I don't really think that it was covered to the level that it would be covered if it were the other way around. If these were Democrats who were being essentially persecuted and threatened and terrified by seemingly political opposition and stalkers and that sort of thing. So I think you bring up a great point that it just feels like, in part, the media, but also in the case of the investigation, do you feel that they're fully supporting at every level within, let's say, the mail service or anybody who could try to give transparency? Do you feel that everybody involved is fully supportive of these kinds of investigations?
Right. Well, with regard to the case with the letters that many voters received because they had lawn signs, we're actually in court next week because we're trying to get information from the Postal Service. We were granted discovery and they're kind of stonewalling us. So we're in court to ask the judge to order them to cooperate. So in a general sense, and I don't want to talk too much very specifics about that case because we're still in litigation on it, but in a general sense, yes, I do feel and I've experienced it myself. I've had these death threats, as many people who do the work that I do have. And I had to work with the FBI and the Secret Service. So, at the time I'm not sure I took it as seriously as I would probably today after everything that's happening. But I would like to see, I do try personally in my media appearances to talk about ideas and not people, to talk about their ideas, to not directly, call people names, but their ideas. And I think that I would like to see more of that. I'm dealing with my own personal sadness and disgust over this in two ways. One is I'll continue my work to make voting fair and free. But that also includes encouraging more voters to participate. We have an election this year. I feel like I'm speaking in an echo chamber, though, to your audience, because I'm sure everyone listening on the radio today will vote, but we have to get other people out to vote. But another way that I'm dealing with it is remembering, and I think we all have to remember that every day, every minute we're on this earth is a gift. Sometimes when we have these birthdays, especially when we're turning, in the higher numbers.
39 and holding, Linda. Exactly. I don't know what you're talking about.
We have a tendency to say, oh my heavens, I can't believe I'm turning X years old. But be grateful, not regretful, because not everyone reaches that birthday. Not everyone has the privilege to remain on this earth for extra years. And Charlie Kirk gave us an example of a life well lived. He left nothing on the table as far as I'm concerned. And while he had so much more to give us, and this is a devastating loss, both, personally and then just nationwide, we can definitely say to him, well done, Charlie. And I want to live my life so that somebody says someday, well done, Linda. And I think that should be all of our goals.
Aw, beautifully said, my friend. So on the other issue, we have, and I know that you're very excited to go through this, and thank God for that, because it sounds like a lot of minutia to go through to listen to all of these different court cases. But in this one, it's about the Pennsylvania mail ballot envelopes. And
how much longer can we talk about dating these envelopes? There was an oral argument yesterday before the Supreme Court on the case of Baxter versus Philadelphia, which started in September. There was a special election, and the liberal interest groups managed to find 2 voters who did not date their ballots, and then they sued, and this has wound its way through the courts, and we are now discussing in the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania whether it violates your Pennsylvania constitutional rights to require you to date a ballot. We are still talking about it, and there are 2 sides. One side says, how could it violate your rights to require you to date a ballot? And then the other side says, that's a bridge too far. That's a barrier to voting to ask you to date a ballot. That's basically the boiling it down, and we're still talking about it. There's also a case in federal court in the Western District of Pennsylvania. But I will say, and this goes back to the elections this year. Yesterday, Judge Brobson, who was a Republican that we elected to the Supreme Court in 2021, he made an excellent point that I actually haven't heard.
And wait, because that's our tease, because we have to take a break. Can you stick around the break?
Yes, and thank you to our sponsors who support us, because it's not easy. So special thank you to the sponsors. Absolutely, take a break.
Well said. We'll be right back. Linda Kearns.
Weather sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
Drier conditions return to the forecast along with temperatures near average. We'll see a mixture of sunshine and clouds today with a high temperature up around 82. A comfortable night tonight, mostly clear, low 64 for the city, cooler in the suburbs. And another pleasant day on Friday, partly sunny with a high again near 82.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Now until September 30th, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
The Drive Into Fall sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, you can get an ultra-low payment lease on a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xe. Only $349 a month for 42 months. Or check out a new 2024 Dodge Hornet RT and lease for just $179 a month for 24 months. But hurry in, these offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to see more. Cozy Jewelers is celebrating 35 years of love, sparkle, and family tradition. For generations, you've trusted Cozy for life's biggest moments. And now it's your turn to step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and Cozy. As a family-owned business, Cozy treats every customer like one of their own. Celebrate 35 years of quality with Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, where memories begin and sparkle lasts forever.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-201-7676, 800-201-7676, 800-201-7676.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Fox News decides Donald.
Crying. And today we're crying for him. All of us. We have Linda, my dear friend, and all of our friend Linda Kearns, who's here live. And Linda, I'm just the texts and the phone calls over the past, 20 hours or whatever it is. My niece Molly is just like, just crying. And so many of us crying for him, but he's such an inspiration. You think of him, and just such an ordinary, humble guy, too. And I think that's what strikes so many people. 31 years young.
Yeah, I mean, to the extent anyone thought that ending his life, I think it made him and his message way more powerful. And we're going to hear about Charlie Kirk for a very, very long time. And people are going to continue his work, which was to open things up for debate, what we're supposed to be doing for discussion. I want to hear what you have to say. You please hear what I have to say. Yeah. I tell people that I think that I would hope that all of us Americans want the same thing: safety, security, prosperity. We just have very different ways to get there. Very different ways. Mm-hmm. The left wants one thing, the right tends to want something else, but there's no need to be violent about it. We can come to agreement. We can find solutions, and I hope that that's Charlie's legacy.
I do too, and I believe it will be. I went to Turning Point USA to the site, and because he was assassinated on the 10th. So I donated $10 a month, like one of those continuing $10 a month to Turning Point USA, because I certainly think one of the greatest tributes.
During the argument, we're not talking about dating ballots. We're talking about verifying that it is your own ballot. So that was a great point by Justice Brobson. And again, another indication that elections matter. And I don't know how the Supreme Court's going to rule in this case, but I would imagine they're going to hold it until after the November election, because we have 3 justices up for retention, and they're not going to want to come out with a controversial opinion prior to the election. But no matter what happens, we're going to have a great opinion from Justice Brobson. And the other thing that they continue to argue, and this comes up in many cases, is when the legislature passed this law, they included what's called a non-severability provision. And what that means is if one part of the law is deemed invalid, then the whole law is deemed invalid. And that doesn't get talked about too frequently, but every time that comes up, the courts say, no, we're not gonna call this whole law invalid. We're basically gonna say that even if we find this little part unconstitutional, that's not a big enough part to make the whole law invalid. So there's a lot. There's a lot of ways to attack this, and they're all being brought up by the lawyers.
And so, I'm looking at so-called mainstream media, and they say election officials say the date serves no purpose because every mail-in ballot is automatically stamped with a date and time when it is returned to the election office. So that's what they're saying. And they're saying that the state's statewide uniform registry of voters system also allows officials to track every ballot with a barcode. So is that true that I didn't know that everyone was always stamped? I thought we had a problem with that sometimes they are and sometimes they might have missed the
I gotta tell you, I was a little surprised to hear that in the arguments yesterday that supposedly every single county, date stamps them. So yeah. But remember how Justice Brobson turned the narrative around. It's not we're worried about when it was received. We're worried about when you sign something to say, yes, that's my ballot inside. Under Pennsylvania law, a declaration, a verification, which has been in the law a long time, must be signed and dated. Like when you sign your mortgage papers, or you sign something under penalties of perjury, you sign and date it. That's the form that we use. So it's not so much whether or not we need the date, it's that you are verifying that that is your ballot.
Yeah, you know what it reminds me? When I got my Piazza, my HERV, as I say, my Honda, and they have this thing where it's electronic and it's like live with the main office, so it looks like an iPad, but you have to go through, and I'm like, really? You have to, and they're like, you have to do it. You have to, so they have like the electronic pen. They try to make it as simple as possible. And when you said that, Linda, that's what I thought of, because it is, like I say, they say you just do your name, you got to do the date. We have it. I'm like, can't you just type? They're like, we really can. It's a legal thing, but that's a great point that for legal documents, mortgage documents, like we all have to go when you get married and you do your marriage, anything like that, you've got to do that for all different things, and it can be invalidated if you don't.
And to me, the debate that happened yesterday in front of the Supreme Court sounded more like a debate that should happen on a legislative floor when you are writing a law, because that's what they were debating back and forth. But that's not what we should be doing in the court. If we're going to debate that kind of things, we do that in the legislature. That's what the legislature was intended for. So that was another thing that came across as I was listening. Like all of this debate should be happening in the legislature where we vote for people to write our laws.
Yeah, and you've talked about that over the years, just Pennsylvania, not just Pennsylvania, other states as well, but for the Commonwealth, you've talked about that you could things have been written or spelled out in a better way, in a more efficient way, and that sort of thing.
Oh, absolutely. This law was terribly written, terribly. It's a legislative malpractice, I like to say.
But on that front, President Trump fairly recently has come out and talked about mail-in ballots and looking at countries where either they've experimented with them or they have not tolerated them because it's I forget his exact quote, but you know what I'm talking about, where Trump has said it's easier to finagle, let's say, if it's a mail-in ballot.
Right. People who are election purists don't think we should have mail-in ballots. I'm one of them. So I absolutely believe that it's not the best way to vote. However, we have to play the hand we are dealt. Yeah. And while we have them, we have to make sure that they're safe and secure and that they're checked. Kind of like this necklace that I have that says, count ballots in public. I mean, I'm a true believer. I offered to get this for my nieces and they said, yeah, no, thank you.
I'm good. Tiffany's maybe so, but
But yeah, so yes, President Trump is saying we shouldn't have mail-in ballots, and I think he's right, but that's going to take each and every state to outlaw them, and that's a long process. So he's definitely starting the conversation by bringing that out in the open and talking about that.
And even if it's a mail-in, I've always said, even when you go to, I don't know, the other day I was at Lowe's or Home Depot. Nowadays, you always get a receipt. They offer you a receipt. You don't have to take it, but there's a receipt. They can email you the receipt. They can text you the receipt, or they can print it out. And so should there be some receipt, either that shows, it doesn't even necessarily have to show how you voted, but rather just that you voted and timestamp that one.
Yeah, in Pennsylvania, you can look online to see if they've received your mail-in ballot. You can look it up on the Department of State website. The problem is, I don't think we should be relying on the mail for ballots. I mailed in my ballot in May. I thought I did it in enough time. They never got it, and I had to show up on election day and vote provisionally, which it means I had to fill out a written ballot. Luckily, I know the whole procedure. I didn't have to worry that the workers didn't know. I think that the Philadelphia election office knew I voted provisionally, so everyone was on high alert. Don't mess this one up. But not everyone is Linda Kearns, who's voting on a provisional ballot. So, the fact that we rely on the mail, that's another thing. How do we know? And I put it in a mailbox just a couple blocks from where it had to go, and it didn't get there. So if you are going to vote on mail-in ballots, my best advice is drop it off at the office in your county. And they have, most of the counties, their drop boxes are right there at the office. And that way you can assure it actually gets there.
You're somebody, and having worked very closely, obviously, and working for under the last election, under Trump, RNC, under that umbrella, knowing all the players and a lot of the behind the scenes stuff that, of course, I would love to know, but I respect you always saying that's, you're a lawyer. And so like a doctor, you're not going to give up that info, right? But I
have stories,
but I'd love to know it. But I will ask you this. What have you seen as far as just the culture, Linda, the culture of, let's say, politics and the convergence of threats or intimidation for voters over your career as an attorney and officer of the court? You were in a lot of these court cases, and some of this stuff, yes, from anonymous, whatever they are, predators or crazy people, but some of this is actually from actual elected officials or people who should be professional grown-ups, and the evolution of that. Could you talk to that?
Yeah, I mean, it's always been a long-running problem in Philadelphia where we're supposed to, have parity in these polling places, and when these big elections, when we don't have enough poll workers, the Republicans try to get the, other Republicans placed in those polling places, and then they are threatened and often asked to leave. And it was even a problem in November of 24 where we had to get our people back in the polling places. So that's really, really disappointing. I also think that some of these election officials play way too fast and loose with their Twitter accounts. Get off Twitter and start doing your jobs. Mm-hmm. And because the rhetoric that they put out on Twitter, I think, only hurts the process. And I think that it makes voters not as confident. I did not like in 2020 when Al Schmidt was tweeting out how happy he was about that the Republicans were essentially losing, some of those cases to get closer to the mail ballots. I didn't think that there was any place for that. And I think that stirs people up. And I just think that we need to be a lot more professional about it and a lot more fact-based. And these election officials need to do their jobs and stop, acting like their job is to be tweeting. And I think that's across the board.
Well, my friend Linda Kearns will get the update. You'll be in court next week. You'll be back next week. I love catching up with you, and everybody here does. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. And Dan, I know you're getting ready for the newest addition to your family. I I hope the teddy bear that I got you that's dressed in the Elvis outfit is sitting in the nursery already.
It is.
I don't know how many of those you have. Did a lot of people get you that, or was I the only one?
No, you're the only one that got me a little Elvis bear, and the bear is sitting there
Imagine that.
waiting for the little one. And I got to say, we played the record, too. Linda was kind enough to give me a Philharmonic record, and I don't want to admit it, but I think the little girl might be a fan of Elvis.
Aww.
Oh, so she's
Kicking
kicking.
a little bit. Dancing, yeah.
Good. Okay. All right, good. All right, well, I can't wait to be back on.
Thank you, Linda.
And again, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk, and live every day to the fullest. Yeah. We don't know how much time we have.
That's so true, and it does hit you today. It hits hard. Thanks, Linda Carnes.
Absolutely.
We'll talk next week. Yeah, I know you're in court next week, but we love Linda. Love Linda.
What a woman.
Yeah, what a woman.
Truly.
Elvis fan, brilliant attorney.
Well, that's not
local gal. And she's the only attorney in Philadelphia or anywhere that you could get for free. So there's that for, half an hour or whatever. I'm just teasing. Better not suggest that.
She's still there.
Hey. She's there. She's like, what?
She's laughing at that one. Thank you, Linda.
Oh, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Quick break.
Get paid to trade at KiaofCherryHill.com. That's right, we're offering up to $3,000 over Kelley Blue Book trade-in value for your current vehicle. Seriously, get up to $3,000 more for your trade. But that's not all. Shop our massive selection of tariff-free Kias. It's no wonder people say we are Kia crazy. Upgrade your ride today at KiaofCherryHill.com. Again, that's KiaofCherryHill.com. Up to $3,000 above KBB is based on excellent trade-in condition.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So as far as this day, as we reflect on September 11th, 24 years later, for me, I was in the CBS 3 newsroom. This was before my Fox 29 days, before I went there to be their main anchor, and we launched the new studios. And Chanel Jones, I look up, she's now on NBC in New York, and there were so many great people there, and still are, by the way. But I think about that day and the panic and the fear that we felt, the horror that we felt on that first September 11th, being under attack, and how it did bring us together for sure. And I think of then President George W. Bush as he was standing there with those first responders, Rudy Giuliani, greatest mayor. He was obviously wonderful in that moment. And you think about George W. Bush as it was hard to hear. And so the firefighters speaking, and President Bush said something because they couldn't hear him, and he said, "We hear you." And I think that was that moment that brought us together, that we think about what it inspired. You think about our vice president right now, J.D. Vance, how he has talked about the fact, and Travis Mannion and so many others, Pete Hegseth, who on this time, I mean, I'm sure it sort of blows his mind a little bit that he's DefSec, well, he's not anymore. He's actually the Department of War Sec. I don't know what his new title is, but Pete Hegseth, so many of you signed up because of and in the aftermath of September 11th that we were under attack. You think about that.
I do have the Bush clip if you wanted that.
Sure.
When he was on with the megaphone. Queuing that up now. And youtube.com/@12NWP.
I want you all to know that America today is on bended knee in prayer for the people whose lives were lost here, for the workers who work here, for the families who mourn. This nation stands with the good people of New York City and New Jersey and Connecticut as we mourn the loss of thousands of our citizens. I can hear you!
And there it is. President Bush in that moment was a wonderful moment. And, it's the saying that it seems like for Americans, sometimes we're at our best when things are the worst. Yesterday was a bad one. And I reached out to my kids, family, friends, many of you. We were back and forth and just in prayer thinking about the Kirk family. Then we learned together, and we learned from President Trump. He broke the news on Truth Social that, in fact, the great Charlie Kirk was dead, assassinated. President Trump gave us that news. I'll never forget it. It was very unusual in that regard. But I think for us, this will bring us together. We hear each other. We need to celebrate each other, not because we want to separate from anybody else, but we do need to come together and unify and make sure that the left, the Dems, whoever, anybody, a hater, that they cannot drown out the sound of our voices, what we believe in, and certainly not drown out the voice and the mission of one young Charlie Kirk. And so we love you, Charlie, and we love all of our first responders, those of you who've served, Gold Star families. Dom Giordano, I know that for you, you have a special show today on the Dom Show, and obviously thinking about September 11th, but as well the assassination of one of our own, Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, Dawn, Scott Presler and I were going back and forth last night. I was at an event. He's coming on right at the top of the show and says his work will continue. And sadly, a guy like Presler, who was very, very good friends with Kirk and worked on him with things a lot, let's face it, is at risk. I mean, that's a reality of stuff. And he is more determined than ever. He's up next.
Yeah, but he's not going to go on any of those morning jogs by himself. We have to at least outlaw that one, right? Even though he looks good.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, that's going to be hard. Cottage cheese. Just eat more cottage cheese, Scott. That'll protect.
I think it's a fantastic discussion, though, is how scared should you allow yourself to be? It's an act of terrorism, So should he not run? I think he's got to continue running,
I'll ask him about it, and I think he will,
Good.
yes.
We can't wait for the Dom Show. Coming right up.
There are so many threats to your retirement future, from geopolitical clashes to economic volatility. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system protects over 6,000 clients from each and every one of those threats.
My name is Fred Everly, and I'm a crash-proof retirement consumer that joined Crash-Proof 2022. Everybody should consider crash-proof retirement if you really want to save your nest egg, especially in the environment we're in right now. You have the opportunity to make not just 4 or 6%. You could go into the double digits, and that interest will earn more interest. I'm not losing any more money. The only thing I can do is gain, and that puts a big smile on my face.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant in Deptford, New Jersey on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Guess who's watching Rob Finnerty on Newsmax? President Trump is. He even says Finnerty's show is so terrific. Millions are joining President Trump to watch Finnerty every night at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax. All this week, Rob looks at the media's war on President Trump. Rob gives you the facts about the National Guard in cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. He tells you the real truth about the Jeffrey Epstein files, and he reveals the big media's agenda on Trump's health. You need to watch Rob Finnerty on Newsmax. Check out your local cable system. Newsmax is on all major systems. Or download the free Newsmax app. It costs you nothing, and you can watch in minutes. Finnerty is the fastest-growing primetime news show in America. Find out why even President Trump is tuning in. More than 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for news they can trust. Because we are real news for real people.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time on a special day. 24 years ago this day, called in emergency for 9/11 and on for 3 or 4 or 5 hours. I forget how much. We had a skeleton staff then. It was just me and another host covering that. We'll get into it. But first, it's always such a pleasure. That's why every Monday, it's 2 o'clock with Scott Presler, but particularly on a day like this, an inspiration to me and I think to you, based upon a lot of metrics that are out there, and someone who had close connection to Charlie Kirk. Scott joins us today. Scott, welcome in. Thanks for responding and coming on. You take it away. Say whatever you want. What's on your mind today?
I'd like to introduce you to some Americans living amongst us in our country. Meet Giovanna Bonanno. She works at Trattoria Reggiano in Las Vegas, Nevada. She saw the Charlie Kirk assassination and called it a quote-unquote necessary death. Then you have a teacher in Florida and Lakeside at Ridgeview Elementary School. She said this wasn't the obituary she was hoping for, and thankfully, she's been suspended. A professor at Cornell University, he wrote, "You reap what you sow." Was this some strange twist of karmic universal justice? Reed Friedson, professor at Cornell University, indoctrinating our youth. Charlie Toussaint, a librarian at Pima County Public Library in Arizona. He said, "No thoughts, no prayers. I hope the gun is okay." Oh, and by the way, he plays in a metal band, and it appears that he's a Satanist. Meet Lauren Coleman. In response to Charlie Kirk's assassination, she wrote, "I was hoping my day would get better, and here we are." Lauren Coleman in Kennesaw, Georgia, works for Informed Data, and her job is doing criminal background checks. Oh, yeah, clearly. That's who we want doing criminal background checks. Dom, it goes on and on and on, but I'm here to tell you right here and right now a few things. Number one, Charlie was a man of God, a man of honor, a father, and he put everything on the line to help save our country. And thankfully, in 2024, we did it together, and we reelected President Donald J. Trump as the 47th president of the United States. He sacrificed. And here, we have a lunatic assassinate him, take him away from us. And in response, you have people that disagree with us who are cheering on the murder, cheering on our murder. We're not the same. We're not. And I tell you right now, as I'm on the phone with you, I am not going to cower. I am not going to fear. I am not going to let that rule my life. And in fact, I am more emboldened. I am saddened. I am heartbroken. I am enraged. I am torn. I am going to continue to peacefully fight every single day. Because if we don't, then what happened yesterday, the assassination, the domestic terrorism, the tragedy, the murder, the bloodshed will have been for nothing. So you have to ask yourselves at home today, on the anniversary of 9/11, when New York is on the verge of electing a socialist to its government, you have to ask yourself, truly, what are you doing to save our country? What are you doing each and every day? Because this peaceful, and I want to emphasize peaceful because that's who we are not going to lower ourselves to the left. We are not going to become the left. What are you doing every day to fight for our country peacefully? How are you going to serve our country and serve our nation and serve your children and serve the freedom that we have been gifted here? Ask yourself, what are you going to do? And I tell you, I am going to continue to be out in the streets. I am going to continue to register voters. I am going to continue to knock on doors. I am going to continue to use my platform to inspire and motivate and elevate as many people as I possibly can to elect good people in the government. And you hear me loudly and you hear me clearly. Our nation, we are still under attack. And it is not just globally, it is from within. This is domestic. This is homegrown. This is domestic terrorism. We are under attack from within amongst our own.
Scott, as inspirational as ever, but listeners, and I told you we were at an event last night, and the great part of talk radio is you get to do events with people who are doing exactly what you're talking about. This was the sheriff who you're working for, Fred Herron, to reelect, and I am too, in Bucks County. He had a fundraiser, enormous crowd in Doylestown at a bar, whatever you drank and the tips and all. It went to this boxing program for hundreds of kids with the police that instills a lot of great stuff. And I can't tell you the number of people there, though, that asked me and said, your buddy Scott Presler, don't you worry about him. And as much as I knew you would continue on, I do. You are one of our indispensables. You have, from the time of the cleanup until now, you have the first time I interviewed you over in Kensington. I just was in love with your story, what you're doing, your background, and how you continue to talk about doing this peacefully, aggressively, but peacefully, even today on this day of pain.
It's the only way forward, Dom. And I'm glad to hear that the sheriff had a good turnout. And it shows you, y'all, you have to vote. You have to come out. Don't allow this November, when we have 18 district attorneys up for election, to allow the left to take those seats. Who do you think they're going to support? You think they're going to support criminals or the people that deserve justice, the victims? We have 32 sheriff elections this November. Do you, the people of Pennsylvania, want 32 pro-illegal alien, anti-ICE sheriffs elected into government? You got to ask yourself. So I'm glad to hear I fully endorse, support, and I will do whatever I can legally within my power to make sure that Sheriff Fred Herron is reelected to Bucks County this November. And District Attorney Jen Shorn is reelected as well. We need good people and our government.
Also there last night, and also a big Presler fan. Also the same thing. You were on their minds because they know how visible you are. They know what a force you are. And again, all these people, you have not said anything inflammatory here. You've used the word peacefully several times, but you made the point. I'm going to make the point, Scott. This is essentially, now we have our nuts too. We all know that. But this is essentially one side. It's from the left. And what got me, I don't know about you, Scott, when you heard this. You were much closer to Charlie Kirk. He had his own security, he had his own people. If somebody ran forward and they try to attack him or something, that's something that can happen. But when you have a guy shooting from 200 yards away in this manner, that only happens with presidential candidates. It doesn't happen with somebody who essentially does what I do and some of what you do combined. You don't worry about being shot by an assassin. That's what jumped out at me specifically. Random violence, you have security, that can happen, sadly. This is much different, though. This is extraordinary.
I hope they catch him, whoever it is. I hope they find, or her, or find this person, and we must have swift, accountable justice. And but again, I need people to know: do not fear. Do not fear, do not embolden, do not allow these people to gain any semblance of power. You have the opportunity to stop it. And I'm going to an event tonight. I'll be in Cumberland. I'll be with the Cumberland County GOP. I will be joining them. This weekend, I'll be attending vigils. I'll be doing events all next week in Pennsylvania. Whoever justifies what happened yesterday, I want you to hear me loudly and clearly. You will not win.
Exactly. Well, Scott, when you're going to be in the area, you and I talked about a day together. Let me know around this or around something else. We are ready to go. Can you tell people where to find you, though? Sometimes it's a different hour you're on. They may not know if they want to volunteer, they want to help, or just to keep up with what you're doing and being inspired. Scott, where do they go?
Just today, I want you to pray for the victims 24 years later of 9/11. I want you to pray for the Kirk family. It's not about me. Today, we remember Charlie's legacy and don't let it go for naught. You do something. And I'll see you next Monday at 2 p.m. on the Dom Show.
Sorry, Scott. Tuesday. Remember, I'm going to be out on Monday. Tuesday at 2 p.m., Scott. Thank you, Scott.
See you Tuesday.
All right, Scott. Thanks
you.
for coming on today. All right, there is somebody who's indispensable. Somebody out of all the stuff I've done and all the stuff I've seen, that's got to be in the top 2 or 3 today. I met Scott Presler, what he does, how inspirational this is. And yes, he did work with Charlie Kirk extensively. Couple of things, and we'll take your calls. We have a lot of cuts. One I was called in 24 years ago. Wow, could it be 24? I mean, you have to understand the story. I think it was just at the time the second plane hit, they called me. This is many program directors ago and much like 4 locations of the studios ago. DJ's on the phone with Dr. Laura because I don't care what Dan says. DJ does sound like me, and Dr. Laura thinks that that's me, and that's because the plane went down in Shanksville, and Dr. Laura was very kind and wanted to know if I was okay. I'm telling her it's a big state, but that's the stuff that was happening that day, and we have several cuts that Henry and I will put out there today at various times as we remember 24 years ago. One of the best things I've ever been involved with, Craig Stocker on the 20th anniversary allowed us, we went to a fire company in Doylestown, and we brought on all kinds of special guests related to 9/11. Brian Kilmeade, all kinds of people you may remember. And the whole day was devoted to that. 25th anniversary. Each year that we get out, more and more things are forgotten. So we'll try to do that today with you. And we're dedicating the side question to Charlie Kirk today. Yeah, I put up on Twitter I was going to do that. I'll give you that in a moment. Just a couple of quick thoughts here. Then we'll take your sense of where we are. One, these reports that seem to be accurate, that whatever we have of shell casings, engravings, with 2 issues allegedly around the shooter. Now, this could change over my 3 hours, but it seems Wall Street Journal, a whole bunch of sources have this. 2 issues here with this shooter. One, of course, the tired out obligatory fascism. And there is no doubt that when you take Trump to Hitler, how many times have we said that? Then you take Charlie Kirk to a goose-stepping Nazi. That's been said. You are ratcheting this up to an unacceptable level. You don't go Hitler. We don't allow Hitler as an answer in the side question. Why? It's out there. There's nothing like it. Yeah, I know. Stalin, Mao, I know all that. Okay. But Hitler is the catchphrase, and they do it repeatedly. We're going to play you Chris Murphy, who's running for president, the ghoul from Connecticut, Democrat senator, bringing up that very thing. Still talking about Trump's going to take away democracy. Not that Trump has to be opposed on this, that, or the other. It's, again, we have a dictator. The other, and this riles me up, the trans issue. Again with the trans issue. You have people that just are not getting through their heads. You're in a world of unreality. It's not hate toward people that are trans. It's simply, we're not going to have men competing against women. We're not going to do the bathroom stuff. We're not going to say this is science. We're not going to have gender-affirming care for minors that are 8, 9, and 10. That's not hateful. That's a point of view based upon a lot of facts. You want to continue down this path, Democrat Party, and you want to continue to be afraid of the base of your party. You've enabled these people to believe that they are fighting against discrimination of the highest order. Now, those are the 2 engravings, according to the Wall Street Journal, the 2 things that we know. Hard to say, professional hit job and all. I'm looking at a picture of the. I don't see that necessarily. Some crazies out there on the right saying, oh, foreign, they had a jet taken in it. Don't make it worse than it already is. But it jumped out at me that if someone had run up and tried to attack Charlie Kirk, there were plainclothes, there were cops there were various things. But to be assassinated in this type of manner, we know the last time that happened, President Trump, 2 times. The other guy was in the woods there at the golf course. And crooks. And several cops pointed out to me that they were wondering, when are all these investigations going to tell us definitive answers to what the hell happened with crooks in Butler and the FBI? And even the other one was even more egregious to me, letting that guy just hide out with some covering on the 6th hole, I think it was, to fire at the president. But that's presidents. You got to be aware of stuff like that. You mean to say an opinion maker, and again, a guy whose opinions were very conservative in some areas, okay, but a guy who showed up and worshiped the idea of debate on college campuses. I haven't heard back from her. I know she's busy, but Riley Gaines was on my mind too. The college campuses, these clowns that are in administration, they've allowed them to say, we don't welcome debate anymore. We're not going to debate you. You're not coming on these campuses. These are out of bounds. It's hate speech. We just going to bring progressive speaker after progressive speaker, yelling genocide on Israel, yelling trans rights. We don't want to hear the other side. And this was a whole bit that he did, step up and try to take me on. And for some of these kids, that was a thing of a lifetime to debate him in these. Pretty tough to win, pretty tough to do. And I get that. But it was a grabber. And he's shot because of the issue of trans and the issue of fascism. Wow. No 2 sides on this in this manner. No. And the media is going to continue to try to push that. Kirk is a tough one to push it with. I mean, you can push his opinions as being not in the, quote, center, but the manner delivered and the type of debate thing, it's pretty hard to deny that. President Trump has said Charlie Kirk will get the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And somehow or another, the numbers are staggering. To Scott Bresler's point, of young people that he was able to reach. That is the thing that the other side most was concerned about with him. That made him unique. All right, phone lines. 855-839-1210. Here's a side question today. All-time Charlies. When I looked it up, and these seem to be in play. Carla's, Charlize. Okay.
Oh, we're really expanding.
Yeah. Well, these are the female forms. So apparently from French, it means free man, Charlie. Interesting. And somebody put up right away on Twitter, it's amazing how Charlie is used, along with the name Joe, like G.I. Joe. Charlie's used, like for Pete Rose, Charlie Hustle. They mocked him that he ran to first base. Yeah, then when he was turning second, I don't think you want to mock him when he's coming at you. I always like that. Why not run to first base? That's Charlie Hustle. There's a couple of other Charlies, too, that we use. So it doesn't have to be just a person. It can be used in creative ways. Henry, how about yours?
Yeah. How about I give you a Chuck to start off?
Sure. There you go.
How about Chuck Yeager?
All-timer.
First pilot to break the speed of sound in flight. And how about I give you someone you've never seen before? You've only seen parts of this person. That would be Charlie of Charlie's Angels.
Big one.
Yeah.
Real or fictional.
You know what? And you wanted to get creative here? How about the quote from Robert Duvall's character in Apocalypse Now?
Yes.
Charlie don't surf.
That's right. Yeah. All right. There's a million of them. Give us your reaction to, you just heard Scott Presler. And look, I don't know about security for Scott Presler, et cetera. He's not quite the target that Charlie Kirk was. By the way, tip of the hat to South Park, and I'll tell you Kirk's reaction to it. They yesterday changed the rerun and took out Charlie Kirk in deference to the fact that he passed. All right, 855-839-1210. And Scott, in his litany of people on Twitter, left out this teacher in Lancaster who apparently is a teacher for emotional support. Emotional support. She goes on Twitter with a long diatribe. I want no empathy. I want nothing for Charlie Kirk. And her position there in Lancaster County, it says, teacher for emotional support. Oh, my God. You know, don't you realize by now, when you're going on Twitter doing this stuff, how easy it is people are going to see this? And are you feeling, I don't care, it's freedom of speech? It is, but there are repercussions in the workplace, et cetera, with some of this stuff. I didn't see anything with her yet, but a teacher of emotional support saying this deserves absolutely no empathy. Really, I think we would reserve that for people that are evil. You know, when someone passes, usually we take a look at some of the good side. It's balanced. I'll give you the New York Times obit on this. But hit us with that all-time Charlie's, Chuck, and the female versions. You can get in. I'll be playing you two throughout the show. Some of the moments on that day when I was called in first on I almost said DB, WPHT Talk Radio 1210, to kind of make some sense of what was happening. It was, and Jim Kelly, Jim, stay a little bit here. We'll go to Jim Kelly next, who's hanging around. He was producing along with others. Nostradamus even got thrown into it. Oh, my God. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Could you at least post something on X after somebody was executed in broad daylight? Why does Sherelle Parker get a pass? Because Jim Kenney was abysmal? She's not Brandon Johnson's a Lori Lightfoot. And I don't want to hear when she does come out, well, she was passionate. Enough. You suck at your job. Stop. And you can't spell. And I'm not letting you off the hook because you're a lady.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The kids are back at school, so it's time to get back to style at Bucks County Estate Traders. Save 20 to 50% off store-wide. Explore all styles here with high-quality furniture and statement pieces. Experienced staff will greet and guide you through nearly 20,000 unique items in their massive climate-controlled showroom, or navigate at your own pace using QR codes on every piece for instant details. Shop online with code STYLE2025 live at buckscountyestatetraders.com or visit the Hatfield showroom, open 7 days a week. Sale runs September 13th through September 20th. Excludes gift cards and new arrivals.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance, this Saturday, September 13th at noon. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, this Saturday at noon on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Packaging doesn't mask symptoms. It neutralizes allergens. Whisker Block, our patent-pending technology, binds the allergens so your immune system doesn't overreact. Many users feel relief in days, with meaningful improvement about a week in when used consistently. Recommended by doctors and experts, and designed to be safe for pets and humans of all ages. Order Packaging.com. Again, Packaging.com. Packaging.com. Pacagen.com. Protection from allergens, not guesswork.
The headlines about Social Security are scary. What do you do if they cut back? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. Jim Kelly in studio with us, and we'll play you. Let's play this as a little setup. Then I'm going to go to the cars. I don't want to make people wait. Henry, the thing that I maybe remember the most, I don't have numbers on these, so I'm going to go with H9. I think this, if I'm right, was the show open, what I said when I first came on 9/11 24 years ago.
It's Dom time. Dom time.
Hey, welcome in, everyone. It is Dom time. This is not a recording. It is not 9 a.m. It is 1:24, and what a night. Thanks so much. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. That's my fault. That's I see now. That's Osama bin Laden being taken out. My apologies. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Let's start with the first one here, talking about how people are digesting this.
Special broadcast today from the Big Talker, and your opportunity here at Talk Radio 1210 to talk with me, to tell me how you're feeling, what you're thinking right now as all this breaks around it. I mean, I could tell you out here, people are riveted to this, even people that are not involved with programming. I'm sure where you are having trouble digest one point after another of all the breaking news.
All right, so that's how it sounded coming in, and I did talk a little bit about being called at home because I was not on that early at that point, was on at a later time, but this was all hands on deck. on that day, and this will be cut 6. Out of the whole thing over these years, I was sitting in the green room here at Talk Radio 1210 waiting to go on Newsmax today. I got bumped. But after all this coverage I've seen, they showed the coverage of the Tunnel to Towers guy and his brother running 3 miles, you know the story, to try to get back to the firefighter dying, how they had raised $1 billion. And even though I've interviewed him several times, seen events, etc., still brought a tear to my eye what this guy has accomplished. But here's the guy in the aftermath of 9/11. Do you remember this firefighter talking about Osama bin Laden, cut 6?
Our friends, our neighbors, our relatives, they are not gone because they are not forgotten. And I want to say one more thing. In the spirit of the Irish people, Osama bin Laden, you can kiss my royal Irish ass.
That is out of everything there. That's always been Bush's speech. That was Bush's best moment on top of the rubble. But that guy said it, the spirit of those firefighters of New York, of America. He captured it better than anybody, I thought. All right, Jim Kelly was roused for duty that day. Remember the other day, he's one of the founding fathers of Talk Radio 1210. I think he beat me in the doors here by about a year or so, maybe. But I was the ray of sunshine. I came in with Rush Limbaugh and Dr. Laura. I was the only local. You had one other local host, Michael, and Dom Giordano, and the windows opened. Suddenly there was sunlight at Talk Radio 1210, which was the big talker then, which I still prefer, and so do people. The big talker, there was something about it. So, Jim, your recollection of being on the board, et cetera, on 9/11.
Well, here we go.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
My recollection was I had walked into the studio at about maybe 8:45.
Right.
And another producer said, "You're not going to believe this, but a plane just hit the World Trade Center." And like many people were thinking it's a freak accident. But
Right.
by 9 o'clock, once we got into Dr. Laura, everything was breaking. And somebody came down and said, "Okay, we need to cut away from this and go to a live feed." We took that feed till about 11. You came in around 11 o'clock, 11:15, and you were on the air till 3. And I remember the next day being told, okay, until you hear differently, it's going to be Dom Giordano from 9 to 12. And I've never really worked in local talk radio at that point. So I had to really get on my game here and learn how to produce.
Get on that board!
And he's going, get on that board and produce a local show. And one of the things that were happening in the aftermath is they had pulled the images down from TV.
Yes.
And we were talking about this on the air, and we finished the show, and during Rush, somebody calls me and says, well, I have a tape of these images. And I said, okay, let me put you on hold. So I'm running all over the building trying to find you because I don't want to lose this, this guy. I don't know if it's real. I don't know. And you get on with him, and we established that it is real. And this is where you realize the importance of talk radio and local talk because people are out there. It's a community. And this guy had stage 4 cancer from what I can remember.
He did.
And you went out there and you got the videotapes.
Yeah,
And
now
we-
these are the women that were celebrating in the
Yes.
streets in Palestine that
Mhm.
Americans were dead and killed. And the news media went on a blanket. They're not going to show it. They said they were afraid of getting their people killed if they show it. This guy with stage 4 cancer comes out with his wife to deliver this precious videotape that we were able to use and continue the story.
And I remember, and that's 4 months afterwards, as we're doing the show, a lot of things are happening. Some schools are not allowing the American flag to be worn. Some schools are not allowing the flag to be raised. There was so much that was going on at that point. And again, we got through it. I think this radio station did a great job in covering these events. It was definitely an eye-opener for me to get involved with local talk. I wish we could have done it a different way. And the next time we came on and did the 9 to noon show was under better circumstances. One
absolutely.
ray of light was 24 was probably the ray of light out of all that and various other things. But you just totally, when you hear that tape of you opening up the show, you're almost transported back to that day.
Absolutely. And it's fuzzy and all that, which is fine because that's the way it sounded at that moment. Thank you, Jim. Thanks for the continued service. Are you Washington or Ben Franklin? I don't know.
I think
one of the founding fathers.
I'm one of them.
Yeah.
I'm definitely one of
Well,
them.
I got to be one of them, too.
Oh, you are? Because I came here in September of 99.
Yes.
You came in sometime.
Right after Y2K.
Right after Y2K. In
Yes.
2000,
Yeah.
you came here. So I guess you, myself, Greg Stocker have probably been here the longest out of anybody.
Oh, absolutely. All right, let's keep rolling. We have another century to go. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, anybody occur to you today that wants to have us remember any of your voices, any of them percolating from you to remember 9/11? Is there one that, how about a little Limbaugh, maybe?
Well, my friends, I remember having the day off during 9/11.
That's true.
Tony Snow was supposed to be filling in for me. And we cut away from that, and we did this. And then I was back the next day. And I forget what I was even going to say here, my friends.
Well, thank you,
You
Rush.
put me on the spot there.
Thank
Doc.
you, Rush. Well, maybe another voice was occurring to you. We'll get one tomorrow.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Jim.
Tom.
Jim Kelly, coming to your calls, 855-839-1210. A lot of folks concerned, too. And I'll tell you a little story of threats when you do this job, and just a great cop, can't say his name, who went out of his way to protect me in a situation. But I do think about Scott Presler and people like that. This is like an assassination of a presidential candidate. Why was Kirk in the minds of the assassin and others important enough to do this? All that next at 855-839-1210.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
What would you do if you had a little bit more money to do it?
I'd go to law school.
I'd open a bakery.
I'd travel to visit my grandparents I haven't seen in 10 years.
We all have things we want to do in life, and there are people who want to help you do them. So how do we best ask for that help? GoFundMe. GoFundMe is the #1 fundraising platform. 200 million people have used GoFundMe to support people doing things like furthering their education, starting a small business, or bringing people together in support of a cause. No matter what your goals are, GoFundMe helps you take an important step toward them. GoFundMe is free to set up and manage, easy to use, and designed to help you reach your goals.
The community was so supportive in helping me finally open my bakery. Now, every day I wake up and get to do what I love. And it all started with GoFundMe.
What would you do if you had the money to do it? Get started today with GoFundMe. Start your GoFundMe today at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe with actors voicing experiences inspired by our users.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, we're going to have a lot of this breaking. Marco Rubio has just announced, and I support this up and down the line, the State Department will ban any foreigner from entering the country who celebrated the assassination of Charlie Kirk online. Deputy Secretary of State Chris Landau confirms. Wow. So that doesn't mean they're just coming here to be a citizen. We're talking visa or anything else. Stay the hell out. You want to celebrate something like this in this manner? Why in the world? Look, American citizens have freedom of speech, rightfully so. They can celebrate, they can be obnoxious, like this teacher in Lancaster County who's an emotional support teacher, gone off on this. Okay. You want to come here, though, where there's no reason we can make a decision to accept you or not accept you. Yeah, don't let them in. 855-839-1210. And we do have the FBI person of interest, the FBI tip line of the alleged shooter, the engravings of the things that got me, though, that Wall Street Journal reporting, the fascism stuff, and, of course, the transgender stuff. God. This group, the people on the transgender push inside the Democrat Party, I think are relatively small in number, but they think they call the tune on these issues. And Charlie Kirk was assassinated over that. We don't know that yet, but that's what the latest is of the gun they found that they believe, the rifle that was used, and the engravings that Wall Street Journal and others are reporting, the apparent messages Fox is saying. I'm going to go to Kevin in Media, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Kevin, welcome in.
Hey, Dom, how you doing?
Good.
Tom, I've got a quick question for you. I want to take you back to your way back days at WWDB.
Yes.
That was back like early 80s. I was a truck driver. I'm an attorney now. And I used to drive around, and you can only listen to music so long, even when you're a kid. So I started listening to WWDB, and there was a guy on the station, Dom, I can't think of his name. He took no quarter, gave no quarter, and it's the first time I ever heard someone get threatened on the airways, and he responded by saying, if you come after me, you're also going to meet Mr. Smith and Mr. Wesson. Do you remember that guy?
Irv Homer, probably. The first event. Yeah, the first event. Yeah, the first event that I did as a kid coming on WWDB, it was on a Sunday. It was a bird of prey thing. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
We had to let a bird,
Yeah.
since I was the rookie, I had to do it a lot. They had to let a bird of prey on your shoulder, but listeners are like, ah, ah. So I see this guy coming who looks like he could be neo-Nazi. His head's carved with something. And I see Irv Homer, he says, excuse me, to me, reaching down to his ankle for gun number 1. And I'm thinking, this is a heck of a business. My God, what the hell? Yeah.
I love that guy.
Yeah.
Tom, who was the other? I'll get to my other issue real quick.
Yeah.
Who was the other woman there? They used to refer to her as the Saucy Aussie. What was
That's
her
right.
name?
Susan Bray, the Saucy Aussie. Yeah.
I loved her. I mean, listen, that was got me on talk radio.
Well, look,
Listen to
these are
this.
the days of I Broke In, Dominic Quinn, Irv Homer,
Yeah.
Dr. James Amino Corey. Unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
These were
Yeah.
unbelievable entertainers, beyond belief.
They sure were.
Yeah.
And it was, for a young guy like me, I'm in college. Like I said, I'm driving a truck at 5 a.m. or whatever. This was like it showed me a whole different way of looking at things, and it was like a classroom in my truck, if you can believe it.
Well, when I heard Irv Homer, and then he took me aside, Kevin, you like me, and he talked to me about jury nullification. I had never heard, and I had been to law school at that point for some semesters. Nobody told me about jury nullification. Irv Homer had a suitcase with books on it. And just one more Irv Homer story. He had such guts. He went after the IRS, so much so, to get him, they came out and for a month sat in our conference room looking over the books. Wow.
Yeah.
Pretty tough stuff. Yeah.
But, Don, the real reason I was calling you,
Yes.
and thanks for the reminiscing, I worry about you guys. I worry about the other personalities. I worry about a lot of personalities on Fox News, especially Mark Levin. I mean, because you guys are targets. Let's face it. Anybody who's on the conservative side is a target.
Look, I hear you, and what I was going to say, and I can't say the guy's name, I would in a heartbeat. He's a very educated but very tough cop. I was doing a remote at a diner. We started getting death threats. He not only had a plainclothes cop there, he had a cop sitting next to me with no neck, and he held his meeting for the community there in the conference room with the door open right next to where I was broadcasting from. And it seemed like his holster may have been unholstered at that point.
Oh, my God.
So I felt
this is amazing that just because you have a well-thought-out, common-sense approach, just like Charlie Kirk, let's face it, you're willing to debate, and it's not going to get personal. And because of those views, you're now a target for assassination. What the hell's going on?
That's exactly what this is about. Do you have a Charlie, Kevin?
Charlie McCarthy.
There you go. Great one, right out of the box. The only other time, and it wasn't me, Chief Ramsey was a friend. We used to do a show with him and all. And I told him, look, I don't know what we're going to do. We had this guy, Henry, if you could imagine, because of something I said on 9/11 about neighborhoods where there are flags and not flags. He kept on badgering. When he brought up Roe and DJ and Luke, I said, that's it. Okay.
Gloves are off.
Civilians, etc. The VIP staff went over to tell him, hey, you got to cease and desist. They said, just don't listen to the guy. Why do you have to listen? And he actually said, I must listen. And he said, well, guess what? We're coming back. And the next time, handcuffs. You're not going to be doing these things and dancing up and down with this, particularly with the family. And he stopped. So, but at the Charlie Kirk level, I don't know if you're hearing this anywhere else, but it just occurred to me, look, he has security. There were plainclothes. There were cops, college, and all that. If somebody rushed them and tried to do something, that you can understand comes with the territory. But a guy firing away, this was about the distance, I guess, or so, in a similar manner that President Trump was shot at. This is what assassins do. This isn't somebody who's furious and rushes at someone at a public event. God knows there's enough of that. This is what you do in a plot to kill the president or a presidential candidate. It's unparalleled. And I'm still reaching out to Riley Gaines because Riley Gaines goes on college campuses and all hell breaks loose. And a couple of times she had a shelter in place for hours until they can get her out of there. That's the other nugget here. Now, not at this college, but in general, conservatives not allowed on campus. They just think they can shout you down. Once the dust settles here or the tragedy over Charlie Kirk, that's a broader thing that the Trump administration's got to address. And if they feel it's not a good faith effort, we're cutting off funds. They just have to put the fear of God in people who think they're going to shut down at a duly authorized event on a college campus. I know it's not easy in some places, but that is the bottom line. All right, coming to calls. I see a great one here, David. We're coming to yours next. Hit us with that all-time Charlie. Henry has gotten the person involved, the national Republicans on college campuses will be joining us. We'll also hear from Fred Herron. What an event last night over at Chambers in Doylestown. I just love stuff like that. And we'll also talk with Evan Biquetto of Young Republicans. And what was the magic of Charlie Kirk? But we got plenty of other things, too, to weave in and out, including 9/11. It's so important to make sure our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. There's a lot of news about drinking water these days. Just do what I did. Count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Connecticut system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of that tap is crystal clear, all natural water. Not only is it the best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family is passionate about water. They're going to put their 46 years of experience to work for you. Customer service is unbelievable. I told you many times, our guy Dwayne, immaculate. And that moment, the before and after, when they show you your water the impurities, and then after what they do, the Kinetico system, it's amazing. They love showing that. So contact Martin Water Conditioning today. Get that free water test. They'll take great care of you. You can go to martinwater.com or 800-887-7555. Call them now, 800-887-7555. Tell them Dom G sent you.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
What would you do if you had a little bit more money to do it?
I'd go to law school.
I'd open a bakery.
I'd travel to visit my grandparents I haven't seen in 10 years.
We all have things we want to do in life, and there are people who want to help you do them. So how do we best ask for that help? GoFundMe. GoFundMe is the #1 fundraising platform. 200 million people have used GoFundMe to support people doing things like furthering their education, starting a small business, or bringing people together in support of a cause. No matter what your goals are, GoFundMe helps you take an important step toward them. GoFundMe is free to set up and manage, easy to use, and designed to help you reach your goals.
The community was so supportive in helping me finally open my bakery. Now, every day I wake up and get to do what I love. And it all started with GoFundMe.
What would you do if you had the money to do it? Get started today with GoFundMe. Start your GoFundMe today at gofundme.com/news. That's gofundme.com/news. gofundme.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe with actors voicing experiences inspired by our users.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay, it is Dom time, and now the new target, at least on TikTok, somewhat on Twitter, people calling for let's Kirk, as in Charlie Kirk, Stephen Miller. There you go. Yeah, I had on that top list of, where this would turn next. How does this guy get away with it? All right, so they will constantly come up with targets. But this one is shocking to me because of the modality, the distance. what goes into something like that. David in Somerset, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, David, thanks for the wait.
Oh, no problem, Dom. How are you doing today?
Good.
Hey, the first thing about Charlie Kirk that I just wanted to say was, he took away what the left has always believed that they owned, the youth vote. And he created this ability for, conservatives to feel comfortable on campus and to be proud to not only just feel that they could be conservatives, but also to be open with their faith in Jesus Christ. And I mean, it was just an amazing life at 31 years. And,
yeah,
it really put a real big scare into them, because the things that they took for granted, they don't have anymore. And it was just a sad day yesterday.
Without a doubt. And again, the guy, David, the manner of doing this just shows you how crazy this is. Someone gets riled up, they come charging at you, stabbing at you, doing something. We've seen that. But we don't see shooting somebody like this from a distance. That's only presidents and people running for office.
Yeah, no, that's the other thing that I thought of too. I mean, I when I first heard about it, I thought, okay, so somebody ran up towards the microphone.
Yeah.
And then you hear that he was shot by, a rifle. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's stunning.
It
really is.
It's shocking. So, my answer to the question is Charlemagne, who was considered by some to be the first Holy Roman Emperor, and he was the king of the Franks. He was named actually after his grandfather, Charles Martel. So,
I didn't know that. How about his brother, though? He was the king of the beans.
Who was that?
Oh, I'm sorry, the bad joke. The Frankenbeans, David.
Yeah, I set you up to give the delivery.
Yeah, I did it. My delivery must have been off. Unlike my football throw, which I'm reviewing that tape, it's spot on. Given everything I had to contend with.
Next time I'm going to have my catching gloves on. So
stick them, and the gloves are recommended. We have to do that again. Charlemagne's a great answer. I love that name, Charlemagne. I know there's one guy out there with it, but you don't see that name. Would you name your kid Charlemagne? Okay. 855-839-1210. Friend of the show is next. Bill McSwain. I'll ask him about all this. Former U.S. attorney here who really duked it out with Larry Krasner. But I wanted to bring Bill on because Pam Bondi in the Charlotte shooting has now made it a federal matter, meaning death penalty in play for the maniac who killed that young immigrant woman. How do you do that? How does it transfer over? When do you do it? And I'm sure he has a thought or two, too. He is a former Marine, and I think he was in a field of sniping, a sniper at one point. This whole thing that happened with this guy is extraordinary. From that distance, with a Charlie Kirk. All right, 855-839-1210. Let's talk Dr. Bentz for a moment. Let me tell you, he is my friend. He's a great dentist and a great board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz. But, there's only one of them. Well, no longer. Now we're thrilled to tell you that Dr. Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining. So we have two now. Right now, it's happening. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues, maybe even putting off seeing a dentist, or you're a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated cases, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. I've been seeing Dr. Bentz for 10 years, always happy with what he and his team have done to really enhance my oral health. You'll get that same great treatment and that smile that you've always wanted. Just call and schedule the appointment now. Get that initial look-see with Dr. Bentz. 610-272-6949. 610-272-6949. Or visit bentzdentalgroup.com. That's BENTZ dentalgroup.com.
Guess who's watching Rob Finnerty on Newsmax? President Trump is. He even says Finnerty's show is so terrific. Millions are joining President Trump to watch Finnerty every night at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax. All this week, Rob looks at the media's war on President Trump. Rob gives you the facts about the National Guard in cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. He tells you the real truth about the Jeffrey Epstein files, and he reveals the big media's agenda on Trump's health. You need to watch Rob Finnerty on Newsmax. Check out your local cable system. Newsmax is on all major systems. Or download the free Newsmax app. It costs you nothing, and you can watch in minutes. Finnerty is the fastest growing primetime news show in America. Find out why even President Trump is tuning in. More than 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for news they can trust. Because we are real news for real people.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
All right, welcome in, everyone. Dom Giordano's show. Excited to bring you back an old friend and somebody who ran for a high office, was the U.S. attorney here, and top on his resume, one of our honorees at the Feast of the Seven Fishes. That's got to be right up there. That's like the Nobel Prize and Oscar all in one when you get that. He is the co-chair of the Duane Morris White Collar Compliance Defense, Corporate Investigations, and Regulatory Compliance Group. Bill McSwain, former U.S. attorney and personal friend of Larry Krasner, is with us on Talk Radio. I couldn't resist that, Bill. How are you doing?
I'm great. It's always great to be with you, Tom. Yeah, Krasner's at the top of my Christmas card list.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to start with him and what you did there. And I was telling this the other day, and even though it seems like eons ago, I remembered the one case when Pam Bondi jumped in, and now I think the death penalty is on the table for what happened in Charlotte. I believe it was the case. They seem to be Asian that I remember. Guy, Southwest Philadelphia, walking down the street, AK-47. He apparently can't get into the business to rob them or shoot them. I think the owner is washing something outside, and he shoots him, may have paralyzed him. And for that, I think Krasner, Bill, ended up with around 2.5 years or something. And I thought that's one of the cases where then you said enough, and you came in.
That's right. You got a good memory. It was Mike Pong.
That's
was
it.
a West
Yes.
Philly.
Yeah.
Mike Pong was the deli owner, and he was out in front of his shop. He was washing his car, and Javon Patterson was a defendant there, and he walked down the street with a rifle in clear view and attacked Mike Pong, and Mike Pong fought back. But he was shot, and he's confined to a wheelchair. And DA's office gave Patterson a plea deal that involved as little as 3 years in prison.
Wow.
That was clearly inappropriate. And so we stepped in, and we ultimately secured a sentence of over 14 years.
Wow. And, just while you mention that, and I want to come back to the Bondi point, I remember how driven you were when that woman lit up police cars, George Floyd Summer, right there at City Hall. She bought those gloves that wouldn't burn her, inflammable on Etsy, or she was wearing something from Etsy. I guess she got the gloves somewhere else. You and your guys tracked it down. And again, Krasner, slap on the wrist, if that. So, Bill, what's the trigger where the feds can come in? Can they just come in at any time? What triggered you to come into those?
There's really two things that you need, Dom. First, you need jurisdiction. You need some federal hook.
Okay.
So a garden variety murder, for example, is not something that the feds normally have jurisdiction over. But if there's some hook, like if it's part of a drug conspiracy, it's part of a RICO conspiracy, it's part of a larger organization, if it occurs in a certain location, you can charge it federally. And we did this. Another one that's really close to my heart was we did this when we took the case away from Krasner with the murder of Philadelphia police officer Jimmy O'Connor.
Yes.
I know you that's one that's really ingrained in a lot of people's memory. So Jimmy O'Connor was murdered by Hassan Elliott, who shouldn't have been on the street at all. He was only there because of the irresponsible bail policies of the DA's office and Krasner. And because there was also a drug conspiracy involved with that, we were able to charge Elliott and his co-defendants, Bilal Mitchell, Khalees Sears, and Sherman Easterling were their names. And we wrapped it all up into a federal prosecution. So you need jurisdiction, and then you also just need the willpower. You just need to want to do it because you see an injustice or you see a way for there to be a stiffer federal penalty. And so you usually reach out to the local prosecutors and offer your help. And most are very happy to have it. Most like the fact that you've got federal resources available, you have stiffer penalties often available, you have statutory remedies. But Krasner is, sort of one of a kind. He doesn't want any help. He doesn't want any help because he's not really interested in putting people in jail for a long time.
I agree
no
with
what
you.
they've
Yeah,
done.
I agree with you on the one of the kind. Some of these other progressive attorneys, that wave of them that got in, some of them are, a guy like Bill McSwain there, you would be a great pushback. I think they would capitulate. Not this guy. He is insufferable. He's the top of the line. He's the model, I believe, Krasner. I don't really see anybody else out there. They're usually not as articulate or skilled on his point of view, but the arrogance and insufferability are world class.
And he and I disagreed on a lot of things when I was U.S. attorney, but he was really sort of a proponent of this misguided idea, I think, that it's too cruel to take people off the streets.
Right.
It's too cruel to put them in prison or in mental institutions and keep them off the streets. But you know what? Sometimes too much compassion for the guilty is actually cruelty to the innocent. And we've seen that play out over and over in Philadelphia, and we saw it play out in Charlotte, in the example you've been talking about, the Ukrainian immigrant who was murdered on the train. And, there are consequences to those misguided ideas.
My theory, Bill, is it takes a lot, and you are so buttoned up, to make the case before it blurs with I remember this stuff because, I'm somebody like you. I don't forget this stuff. And I do this every day. The public doesn't understand all this stuff that he does to lessen the crimes on a regular basis. And he's smart that he, quote, brings back the innocent. So that's what's difficult to defeat him. I wanted to talk with you about something else, the shooting of Charlie Kirk. I remember your military background. And, Bill, we've seen attacks on public figures before, bloviators like me or Kirk. Somebody rushes them. I've had little stuff like that over the years. But to try to take him out at this distance, the only time I remember something like that, it's usually a presidential race or a president.
It's really stunning. I mean, I'm still in shock about it, as I'm sure many of your listeners are. And Charlie Kirk had security, as I understand it. He traveled with security because of the close-in interactions and making sure that nobody was going to rush him. And that's smart. I think he took the precautions that he could reasonably take. But is it his job when he goes to every college campus and has crowds of thousands of people to sweep all the rooftops? No, that's not his job. I mean, there's some risk involved in that, I guess, but it's a sad commentary that he would have to go to those lengths to ensure his safety. I mean, it's obviously we don't know all of the facts yet, but it's just a horrific tragedy.
Yeah, I want to call on your experience, though, in the military, though. You had vast experience in this. How tough of a shot is that? It seems you have to be pretty skilled to be doing something like that from that distance.
Well, and if it is the way it appears to be, the attacker also had to be pretty skilled to get into position.
Yeah.
Had to stealthily get there. It seems like it was one shot from a distance, but with some of the, I don't know obviously who did it, but there is danger involved if you have someone who's literally a sniper trying to get into position. I mean, you can shoot someone from a distance of up to 1,000 yards with accuracy, certainly with military-grade weapons. So we'll have to see. I know that the full weight of the federal government is out there trying to find the perpetrator, and I have no doubt that they will.
Well, Bill, bad circumstances, but great to talk with you. So anytime you're involved in something, we want to hear more from you, of course, and hope that we see you. I know those political campaigns. I remember the last couple of days, the last time you ran in studio here, and you're a fit guy and all, but it really takes something out of you. I could tell.
Well, I loved every minute of it.
Yeah,
it really did. It was something that you have to be passionate about, and you have to really do with 100% commitment. But I loved learning more about Pennsylvania and about Pennsylvanians, and traveling all over and talking to people like you and talking to people who care about our country. It was actually very inspiring.
Absolutely. Well, Bill, to be continued. Don't be a stranger, please. Thank you. Thanks for coming on today.
Great to be with you. Take care.
You. All right, Bill McSwain and Henry, you can tell, deep honor right there at the top. 7 Fishes Award winner. I think it was pre-COVID. All right. 855-839-1210. You heard what he said, too. He was someone highly skilled shooting from a distance, right, of what it would take in this situation. That's the thing that jumped out at me immediately. The fact, again, somebody comes rushing at you, they're going to try to do something, that can be stopped, or, that's sadly relatively normal given how big of a public. And recently, Charlie Kirk has really been all over the place. When South Park throws you in to satirize you, they were doing it with Hannity and Kirk, and, of course, the stuff with President Trump. That's big league stuff. It gets out there. But as far as we can tell at this point, 2 things on the bullets, the shell cases. 1, trans, the other, fascism. If we get the exact remark on them, I'm looking for it right now, we'll let you know. And is there any doubt this fascism stuff, the shooter would be enunciating that? But the trans stuff, my God, college campuses on this stuff and the so-called genocide and going after Jewish students. We're going to speak. Henry has secured one of the leading college Republicans nationwide. And I know that you see these big rallies that Charlie Kirk had, Turning Point and all that stuff, all true. Conservatism cool again. But on college campuses, that's not exactly the full story. It's unreceptive. It's hostile. It's we're going to shut you down. It's savagery. Someone like Riley Gaines, for example. You know, I know for a fact how hard it is to do a public event with Riley Gaines. I mean, just picture, Riley Gaines, they don't like that you come with the facts on the whole transgender nonsense, and that's it. You're a hater up and down the line. And I don't know if anything that Kirk said there. I mean, the only area where Kirk, he debated it. Some of his views on the relationship of husband and wife and all that stuff. But these are debatable things. They're not hatred. You know, don't marry a guy like Charlie Kirk then. You know, the idea that the woman in biblical terms and submissive and all that, well, don't fall in love. Don't be involved with someone like that. But is that a hate crime? No, you may differ with it. And on the ground, debating people 50 times a year on college campuses. I'm still in shock that the hatred is so bad, though, to Bill McSwain's point, that you'd have someone professional enough to get into position, good enough shot to do this and get away. That's unparalleled. These are plots usually when you're killing the president, Oswald, you know, stuff like that. These are not college campuses with a Charlie Kirk. Just think about that, the level that we've reached here. You know, even if a bunch of people showed up, wanted to rough him up, that's one thing. You can say, can't you speak on a college campus? They're going to say, no, you can't. But shooting him at long distance in the neck, killing him at the age of 31. And again, you look at the toll, the family, wife, 2 kids. That is, and people on Twitter saying, oh, that just makes me even gladder. If you missed it, I mentioned Marco Rubio said, you're on social media, you're from a foreign country, you're not getting into this country if you're celebrating and using AI and everything else. They have a list of names. No, we're not letting you into the country. Look, when American citizens do this, then people have to consider how to deal with it when they're named. Celebrating this. Well, here's one that's an example, and she's a nurse. And I want to follow up. Don't just go listen to the broader point that I'll make with this one. This is cut 19, Henry. She's a medical worker. She praises the assassination. She's in scrubs. You'll see youtube.com. How much she hates conservatives, then says, I'm glad he got shot. I hope he dies. I don't care. I think it's before he died. But she makes a broader point in here that I want to make and take apart about the attitude. Liberal, progressive, good, conservative, bad. I'll explain. Listen to what she said.
My coworker was all in a tizzy because she gonna tell me that Charlie Kirk got shot, and I said good. So we get into this whole conversation about it, and she goes, well, you can't hate people for their political views. And I'm like, yes, I can. Like, that's specifically why I hate people sometimes. You can't hate me for my views because my views don't infringe upon your rights. You don't hate me for what I believe in because it doesn't interfere with your life. Some of these views are dangerous. And I'm glad he got shot. Hopefully he dies. I don't care.
All right. Now, other than the outrage that she's a medical, I'm not sure if she's a nurse. She's in full scrubs, driving, doing this. The point, and the media brings this on. Well, liberals are all about just live and let live. No, they're not. Cancel culture, repressive laws, the stuff we went through with COVID. No, they're not. She's making a point in her mind, I don't interfere in your life. You, Charlie Kirk, or if you follow a lot of the stuff Kirk said, that's interference in my life. That's why I hate you. That's why you should be hated. And you notice what she said, you can't hate me. Sometimes a subset of this would be, if you're white, you can be a racist. If you're not, you can't be a racist. That whole argument, my God, the silliness of it. But this in her mind, my liberal viewpoint does not interfere with your life. It's the essence of it is to let you do whatever you want that makes you happy. Your conservative viewpoints, you are the interference. You're repressive. You're oppressive. And I just off the top of my head hit 3 or 4 things. Come on. You know, you want to argue that what Kirk said could be somewhat restrictive on the lives of somebody transgender. Okay, it's a fair argument. But the argument that her belief system will never interfere with you, that's why she can't be hated. That's a nugget there of the thought process here. And the media inculcates that. They don't think they're interfering with your rights in any way, shape, or form. They're just doing what's right. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question. Getting some great ones on Twitter. Charlie the Tuna. Let's take that one off. That would have been a good one. Mm-hmm. All-time Charlies, Carla, Carlotta. There's a lot. Charlotte. Hit us with one of those. And we're going to pull the winner today, too, Henry. I don't see the prize there. You have to get with Walter on that. He'll decide the prize. And, when I come back, we'll announce it and do the whole thing. Hit us 4 days this week. So before the end of the show, we'll have a winner for a great prize. Get in. 855-839-1210.
Get ready for another Piazza Pet event. Tomorrow morning, we will be live at Jaguar Land Rover of Willow Grove. Part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family, all to support the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Kale and Company will be there 6 to 10 a.m. with free coffee and donuts. And remember to bring your pup for a pic in our fun doggy photo booth. From 10 till noon, Dawn Stensland will have adoptable dogs on site. Thanks to the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Join the fun tomorrow morning with Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
My name is Stephen Ridgey, originally from Little Falls, New Jersey. My wife went to some of the crash-proof events, and what the wife is interested in, naturally the husband has to be interested in. So I went, and I was intrigued, and I decided to pursue it further. And since then, I don't worry about money at all anymore. In 2025, I got 6.5%. That 6.5% is mine. There are no fees. And today, we had a very productive meeting. For 2026, I may only make 5.5% if the market dives and crashes. But I also have the ability to make 15, 17% if the market roars. I know Jerseyans are skeptical. We always are about every little thing. But believe me, I can't thank my wife enough for bringing me to Crash-Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback,
Plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Okay, Dom Giordano Show. It's 855-839-1210. We'll play you a little bit more to coming up, 24 years of 9/11. I think cut 4, this is a caller I had, a caller named Tim. We were talking about what was happening as it was happening. We didn't know all the stuff that we now know, or even later that day. Remember, I'm on the air first on Talk Radio 1210, trying to piece this out. We're having people saying they had a nuclear weapon at the Pentagon. I mean, the Pentagon's hit in the middle of this, and I'm checking 42 times to say, that can't be. The 2 buildings are down. What do you mean the Pentagon is now hit? Here's how it sounded with caller Tim.
Tim is from Princeton, New Jersey. Tim, you're on the Big Talker. Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Tim. Good morning.
Good morning. I can't express what I'm feeling. It's such a mix of sadness, anger. It's just unbelievable. And this is beyond an act of war to me, because this is civilians. This isn't even terrorism. It's not even war. It's a crime against humanity as far as I'm concerned.
Well, Tim, you have it exactly right. I mean, our thing is sadness for the victims and due course grieving and all that went on. But there is an anger here, Tim, that we've been down this road before. We didn't take the proper action. Osama bin Laden is obviously the only one in the world, according to all experts, who could pull this off. If we don't secure him, bring him to trial, or take him out on the ground, then the president and the people in charge of this have not fulfilled their duty, their oath of office, to protect Americans.
All right. I said that well before it was announced or he took credit for it. You know, this is in the few hours that I was on. So, and I was thinking as I'm saying, oh, man, you better be right. But it occurred to me, based upon everything, the totality of it, who else would have been able to pull this off? And at that point, we knew about bin Laden, but not to the degree that became apparent later. Let me go to Joe in Columbus. Joe, Talk Radio 1210. Thanks for the wait, Joe. Hi.
Hey, Dom, anytime. Dom, for those liberals, mentally incompetent liberals out there that say this is bilateral, I would encourage them. I would agree to meet them at these incidents with a measuring cup and measure the blood spill, because they are out of their minds. And it's just not right that they never been able to open their eyes up to, the pattern and the heartbreak that's been going on with this.
And Joe, the thing of it is this. Usually, if someone doesn't raise their voice, if they're not all fired up when they're doing it, you don't get the word hateful, etc. with them. And Kirk is out there debating everybody. I feel there's a lot of other figures out there you could get ginned up against and get worked up. But Kirk,
and their own sick mind.
Yeah,
their hate is justified, Dom, and they want to curb any potential for our offense, our aggressiveness. And I want them to know there's a difference between being aggressive and defending yourself. And that came into play yesterday with me. I spent early afternoon with our road warrior. We were trying to absorb this because I was in his area. And it didn't hit me till I was on the way home. And my elder son, the one you have yet to meet, texted me. And it was resounding. He didn't say, "Did you hear Charlie Kirk was killed?" His text was, "Did you hear they got Charlie Kirk?"
Exactly.
That made a difference to me, and up until that point, I thought his whole life was, because I spent the morning playing golf with him. It was his birthday. I thought his whole life was golf, girls, and Eagles. And that's when I realized, he's paying more attention and he's coming up with his own formulations than I ever realized. They got Charlie Kirk.
I hear you, Joe, and I just would add on a bit of a humorous thing. Thank God for that kid. Golf, girls, and Eagles, not Cowboys.
Yes, yeah. And I want to thank you guys for making, first of all, being the custodian of our emotions and our feeling yesterday. You guys got to me, but you made a transition the right way between you and Rich Zioli, including Dan. And people don't realize how hard that is to transfer on that fly. You know, even when, Dom Giordano tells you to put the headphones on, he surprises you with a question. That was so difficult to do yesterday and keep in proper context. And I want to thank you for that.
Well, thank you, Joe, very much. Joe, who's your Charlie?
Mine, as much as Charlie Kirk was his own rightful pioneer, mine was the pioneer of aviation. And along with being a great engineer and a great scientist, that he had his gas consumption down to the ounce, was Charles Lindbergh.
Yeah, staying awake, that's the man who never sleeps. That was me. And I've always thought about Lindbergh when I was doing the overnights. Oh, my God. Can you imagine falling, by yourself, too, over the Atlantic? That's just preposterous that this was done. I'm surprised they're not conspiracy theorists saying, no, he didn't do it. I mean, it's just.
I bet there's more conspiracy theories about the baby.
Oh, right. Well, of course, the baby. That's the other thing. By the way, we're going to talk with the head of the college Republicans, or one of their leaders, nationwide on college campuses, what that's like. Wanted to tell you, I'm looking to see all these colleges, and I'll be documenting them in coming days. They put out statements on October 7th. For example, my alma mater, LaSalle. I haven't seen them put out a statement on this yet. Now, come on, Tom, they can't put out statements on everything. I'll tell you why they should have put out a statement on this, these colleges. And we'll see. Henry, you can look too. I'll try to find some. It happened on a college campus. This guy was known for crowds on college campuses. And it is a matter, I think, somewhat the manner of execution, the shot like this, like a presidential candidate, that has riveted the nation. In LaSalle, you may remember how bad they were with their October 7th statement. So I'm waiting to see area colleges. What do they tell their students about this? I haven't seen it yet. I'll let you know. I think it's appropriate due to the fact he was centered in going to colleges and challenging liberal orthodoxy in a reasonable way. You have a chance to step up to the plate with a guy like Charlie Kirk, tell him the area, and see if your ideas are better. What a great idea. Love to do it myself. All right, 855-839-1210. Fred Herron, too, later in the show today. What an event last night. This is such a great job to meet people like Fred and the people that came out to Chambers last night, including Johan, I think it was Johan Jr. They're the storied boxing for kids and cops coming together. Hey, living heart smart means paying attention to cholesterol goals. For 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been a trusted ally in helping people reach those goals and supporting overall heart and wellness. And right now, Rescue is offering a free bottle of Rescue LDL XQ10 with every bottle purchase of Rescue 1250 Omega-3s. It's the most popular wellness duo ever. You just add Rescue 1250 Omega-3s to your cart, apply the code TOGETHER at checkout, and Rescue LDL XQ10 will be added for free. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Remember, use the code TOGETHER when buying any quantity of Rescue 1250 Omega-3s to get the same quantity of Rescue LDL XQ10 for free. Again, just use that code TOGETHER and res-q.com. Do it today.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information information by dialing 800-810-3588. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-810-3588. 800-810-3588. 800-810-3588.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With the Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more. Get ready for
your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-260-1679. 800-260-1679. Again, that's 800-260-1679.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios. Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, welcome in, everyone. You got to go to Talk Radio 1210. Dan and his new beat there of social media has got a great thing up of Scott Presler from my interview with him today. And also, when he was on with Charlie Kirk. And also, he's got Presler laying out Diane Marseglia at the event. It's really good stuff. And Presler today was unbelievable at the top of the show. Joining us is a guy really in the center of the universe today because of what's going on here. J.T. Marshburn is a national chairman of the College Republicans Committee. J.T. joins us on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, J.T., welcome in. Thanks so much on a busy day for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I'm glad to be here.
Well, did you ever have any part working with a Charlie Kirk Turning Point event, J.T.?
I did not. I never got the chance to meet with Charlie Kirk. But a lot of my members really view him as their spark for getting them involved politically. And he was a transformational figure in the movement.
Tell me why. What is it? Was it just some pyrotechnics? Was there a particular? Was it the debate? Hey, it's a great draw, JT. I'm thinking of doing to myself, show up, can you beat me in there? That's a great draw. And he had a lot of interesting, sometimes goofy people do it with him. That'll draw a crowd.
Exactly. He was the bastion of free speech on campus, and that's how he'll forever be remembered. Allowing the discussion of free ideas and the exchange of particularly different ideas, and he loved it, and he loved the people who had differing ideas from him.
JT is with all the pushback from President Trump, at least some of the bigger. I wanted to ask you a broad question here. LaSalle University is my alma mater. They shame themselves post October 7th by the statements they put out. Are colleges putting out statements today? I know they can't put out statements on everything, JT, but college campuses happen on free speech on campus, all the tension. I would think it's the duty of colleges to tell their students and the world what they think about this.
I think that you make a very good point there. I think that colleges need to stick up for free speech on campus. What we saw after October 7th was awful, with people coming to campus and having encampments in support of anti-Semitism. What Charlie Kirk did is what needs to be encouraged on these college campuses again. Conservative speakers need to be welcomed into college campuses, and the colleges don't need to be afraid to have them.
Are we seeing any of that? I mean, Riley Gaines is a friend, JT, and a friend to the show. And again, I could see somebody coming in so provocative, maybe even we might say hateful, maybe a speaker like that, where there'd be a lot of attention. But Riley Gaines had to hide, shelter in place for over an hour, 2 hours. I think it was at San Francisco University when she was touring campuses. Is it we having a sense with the new school year that some of that's going to lessen?
I hope so. And I think that this is a very good opportunity for us to come rally together, both sides of the aisle, left and right, for stronger unity. This is a situation where we had a man assassinated for saying what he believed in on a college campus, and the rhetoric just needs to tone itself down a little bit, and we need to be a better country after this.
Well, JT, my remedy would be this. I'd like to see who you and I are, people that really pay attention, who are some of the best elevated but provocative left and right. I would encourage them to go across the country on a debate tour together on these issues, and colleges to put the resources out there and do it and let people see it can be fierce, but they're ideas, not personal, and it can be done. And some college would really go a long way towards solidifying what free speech is all about. I'm thinking like a Lincoln Douglas kind of thing, something like that.
Yeah, that's a really spectacular idea. I think that a good dialogue sets the tone for the rest of the country. And a good dialogue at a time like this creates unity between both sides.
JT, when people learn you're national chairman, College Republican Committee, is it easier now? I saw some kids saying that Kirk made being a conservative cool. I can't be in their minds and do that. But on college campuses, I think that seems like a little bit of an overstatement given the antagonism. What do you say?
Well, I say that after the events of last night, I spoke to my home chapter at the University of Georgia, and I told them, and I'll tell you what I told them. I said that we need to stand firm in our foundational beliefs as conservatives, and we don't need to stop. We can't kowtow to the fear and to the mob that's going to come after this. We need to stand up and stand up for what is right.
Let me ask, University of Georgia now, SEC, known the top football teams, et cetera. Would speakers be welcome on that campus or even at the University of Georgia? Would there be an issue, say, with Scott Presler was on today as a friend of ours, or Charlie Kirk? Would there be a lot of antagonism?
I don't think so.
Okay.
In the SEC, it just means more. I think that we're a lot more hospitable and a lot more open to the dialogue. Okay. Charlie Kirk actually visited here last year and had a very, very good crowd.
All right, now, wait a minute, JT. Suppose it's Nick Saban. What's going to happen then? Come on, JT, at University of Georgia.
I mean, I respect Nick Saban a lot more now that he's not coaching for the Tide anymore. I can root for him a little bit more on game day.
Oh, God. So, JT, what are your future goals? What year are you in there?
I'm a sophomore. I'm 19.
Oh, my God. Wait a minute. You're 19. I thought I was speaking with a 26-year-old in the Trump administration. That's how good. I'm serious. That's how good. And I don't mean in a stodgy way. I just mean buttoned up in your voice, the whole press. Come on, you're not 19. Don't lie on the show. Come on.
I can't tell a lie. I'm 19. I promise.
Well, JT, you're doing all the right. What are you majoring in? What are you going to be?
Political science. I plan to stay in the conservative movement in some form.
Okay.
Probably go to law school.
All right. Well, look, we're going to keep you in our Rolodex. You stay in our loop. And please, any developments, anything you want to come on about, just let Henry know. Be happy to talk with you again.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me on.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Put him down for next week, Henry. Let's get an update. Wow. Yeah, just to ask, what's happened in the – did you think that guy – you talked to him. You think he's 19?
I knew he was young. I was tempted to bring his picture in here for you to see, but I didn't want to give anything away.
Oh, okay.
I'll show you his picture. It's I was thinking at least 21, but 19, yeah. I see it.
Sounds like an operative in the Trump administration, one of those guys there, Just the voice, the whole presentation.
Is much much older than his mugshot.
He was pushing back, but he didn't go nuts. He didn't go overboard. He's calm, Till the Nick Saban thing came out. I tell, I can't have Nick Saban here. So local colleges, I'm looking for it. If anybody sees it, Villanova, LaSalle, and all of them, don't you think they ought to put out a statement on this? They ought to say what Kirk was doing, even if you differ, okay, something like that, represents what college is about. And you can hit me with some names. I'm fooling with this, talking to some people, but I'm trying to agitate to have two prominent people, maybe they would do it pro bono a bit, left and right, that would go out and debate on some of the bigger issues. Why couldn't that be done? Why would that be so out of bounds? I mean, Scott Jennings is one that I would tag in, but maybe even more, fierce than.
What about younger?
Younger. First name?
No, I'm just suggesting.
Person.
I'm just testing younger people, not.
I see what you mean. Yeah, I'm trying to think who would be the younger conservative that you get to do. Well, Presler.
I know a lot of people were, expecting a Charlie Kirk, Nick Fuentes debate at some point. Who's another right? I know we're not the biggest fans of his either.
No,
but then there's like a Dean Withers on the left as well.
Okay.
Like he's another guy that I think would do something like that.
All right.
There are people out there that I think this could happen, but yeah, it's about getting it actually to happen, like putting it all together.
Any college listening, I'd be happy to show up and debate. I say this all the time. The last one that I was involved in was at Cheney State, statewide TV. Yeah. I think there were 3 people I was debating, one of whom was Joe Sestak. We have that. That's where Joe Sestak was saying this woman wouldn't be able to vote. And I said, Joe, let's just get off this TV show. Go and get her. I'll pay for it. You drive. And he goes, well, that's okay. We already took care of it. Then why did you bring it up? That. And the audience there, Henry, you got to imagine, I'm surrounded. I don't think there was one person in the room that could have been on my side. That's what you should live for, really.
Yeah.
As long as they let you talk, as long as you shut up that I can talk, I don't care how many are there or whatever's going to happen. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, you got to walk in the lines then at some point.
Yeah. So, any college, we'd love to do that. Wouldn't that be the remedy? Oh, no, that's too explosive. Why? That's what college is supposed to be about. So I'd love to see who Villanova is bringing. I'm suspect of all these local colleges. I don't think they're bringing in conservative speakers up and down the line. They ought to be arranging debates. What subject? Anything that you want right now. Illegal immigration. The transgender issue. You ought to be able to do it. You ought to have enough security that you can do it. Otherwise, you're not fulfilling your mission. All right, so we'll keep a lookout to see if any of these colleges actually put out a statement. Phone lines, though, are 855-839-1210. Keep the Charlies coming. I see some great ones that we didn't take off yet. We'll get to those. And the Presler interview, and Dan has it up, Talk Radio 1210. We'll put it up on mine, too, at Dom Show 1210, was unbelievable stuff today. And I do pray for Scott Presler, given he is a noticeable figure, not on the level of Kirk, but when you take into account the hair, the whole presentation and all, he is somebody who pops. By the way, don't forget Newsmax this Sunday night at 9 o'clock. It's the Scott Presler reality show, so to speak, will be running. And I'll be off on Monday, but back on Tuesday with Scott. We'll talk about it. Want to get as many eyeballs as we can so that Newsmax will do more with them. And I think they built it that way. It's like behind the scenes, Presler on the road. Cottage cheese and all. Cottage cheese. That's it.
Like cottage cheese?
No, not just the mere thought of it.
The consistency doesn't. I'm not
well,
crazy about.
I'm thinking of Richard Nixon when I think of it.
Oh.
Because that's right. He was eating cottage cheese all the time.
Oh, I don't like that. That's a bad sight.
It's that's what he's doing now. All right. It's important to make sure that our families have the essentials. And we know their food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. There's a lot of news about drinking water these days, so just do what I did. Count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Kinetico system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of that tap is crystal clear, all-natural water. Not only is it the best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family is passionate about water, and they're going to put their 46 years of experience to work for you. Their customer service, attention to detail, they're just fantastic. They'll come out to your home, and they'll test your water, and they'll recommend solutions that make sense for you. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. They will take great care of you, immaculate. And the moment with this free water test, when they show you the impurities and the impurities gone, is second to none. Click on martinwater.com or call 800-887-7555. 800-887-7555. Do tell them Dom sent you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. So excited to announce our next official Politics and Pints with the #1 guy, Jack Carr. You heard that right. International best-selling author, Navy SEAL Jack Carr, Monday, October 13th, 7:30 p.m., the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. I'm going to sit down with Jack, an incredible discussion on his Cry Havoc book tour, the latest release in the James Reese series. Get your tickets today. It will sell out. 1210WPHT.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Never miss a moment from the Dom Giordano program again. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 1210 WPHT. And listen whenever and whatever works best for you.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. It just occurred to me, too, with this debate stuff. Look, I know how we feel toward Gavin Newsom, but Newsom's podcast with Charlie Kirk, he made a good choice there. I thought Kirk more than held his own. I thought it was a great back and forth. And if you remember, look, I know he's a politician, but on paper, at least, Newsom pushed back a little bit on the transgender thing. Not that he's going to act on that, but in the debate with Kirk, I thought that was a pretty good podcast, okay? And I think Kirk was smart to do that, to engage on this stuff, rather than just be in his own bubble, and he handled it beautifully. It was back and forth, pretty intense, but definitely civil. In colleges right now, here's your opportunity. We'll help you quarterback this. Henry and I just signed him up. Give the forum, get people of high stature, at least locally. There got to be a couple local. Larry Krasner and Dom Giordano. There you go. I'm sure that could go well. Come on, Larry. Let's take one for the team. You're the expert. I'm not. I'm a law school dropout, or let's just say I haven't got my degree. I could have it by the time of the debate. And you're the number one progressive DA in the world. Surely you'd be able to flick me around in any kind of debate, right, Larry? Or politically, Jim Kenney on the progressive movement and bicycle lanes and bars. What is it that he drinks? Prosecco. And he hates the people, Henry, of Oaks, Pennsylvania, because they have gun shows there. He goes off on them. Oaks all the time. Brings up Oaks constantly. Worst people in the world.
They have other stuff at the Expo Center.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's why he goes off on them.
Oh, my gosh.
Let's see. God. All right, let me go to Mike in Willow Grove on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Mike, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, Dom. How are you?
Good. What do you have today, Mike?
Dom, how about the Choo Choo Charlie from Good and Plenty?
All right.
Once upon a time there was this engineer. Choo Choo Charlie was his name we hear. He had an engine and it sure ran fun. It was Good and Plenty candy that made his train run.
Thank
Charlie
you, Mike.
said, "Love my Good and Plenty." Charlie said, "Really rings a bell." Charlie said, "Love my Good and Plenty. Don't know any other candy that I love so well. Good and Plenty, Good and Plenty, Good and Plenty."
Thank you, Mike, very much. And Henry, it's the first time we got Charlie today versus Charlie.
Yeah,
good.
Charlie.
We got Charlie. They never say Charlie, man. It was always Charlie Manuel.
I'm so glad he did the whole song.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad he got it.
Even better.
All right, now we're going to get to everybody on the line now. But coming up, we're going to talk with Evan Becchetto. Evan Becchetto is the son of George Becchetto, and we got to meet him in the political campaign. He's one of the leaders of the Young Republicans in Philadelphia. All right, now these are not necessarily college age, but thought he could have put in perspective what it's like to be a young Republican. Can you date women, or they go, wait a minute, you're that young Republican guy. Oh, I do listen to Dom Giordano. Oh, okay then. That's one of the things you don't bring up until you know here. Are you wearing the Trump hat? All right, then we'll come to your calls, and we'll get a winner here today. We're also going to talk with Sheriff Fred Herron briefly. Great event with Fred last night. Now, that's the type of talk radio event. And, Henry, do you have that ready to go? Can people see it on YouTube? That picture?
Yeah,
it's up there now?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it hasn't been up there. I mean, we haven't talked about it yet, but I have it.
Yeah, put that up there
I'll
now,
put it up there.
and I'll talk about it right after the break. It's me, after I finally produced this very elaborate mixed drink. I think there were 13 ingredients in it.
Oh, boy.
To perfection. No, that's an exaggeration.
13. I'd be like, that's a
I did learn
cocktail.
what the Tito line is. Have you ever seen the Tito line on the glass?
No.
That's where you put the tequila in to that point.
Are these like plastic cups here?
No, these were real, a glass, a drink glass, and it had a line across it in this bar called the Tito line.
Oh, interesting.
I thought it was the Mendoza line, but it was the Tito line. And that line is you don't go past that putting in the drink.
Yeah.
Then you got to,
then you're overserved, yeah.
Yes, and I made sure that people did not get much head on their beer. I put
Good
more
job.
beer in. Yeah, I think I poured 4 beers and sort of 1 mixed drink in 2 hours. What a record.
No white wine?
No white wine. A woman hid her white wine. Her husband made her hide it from me there, but I sniffed it out. Now, what a record. In 2 hours of bloviating, 5 drinks. That was it.
Wow.
Well, Fred Herron, though, is a ringer.
Is he the machine?
He was a former bartender of some sort. When he comes on, I have to call him out. Yeah, he's back there mixing stuff with 2 bottles.
He's
and doing
pointing
that.
at people, what do you want? All right.
You got to imagine the bar room is about 1/2 the size of this studio with 2 barmaids and Fred Herron and I and all the stuff in there. What it was like. I felt like, can I squeeze any more not to bother these women making a living here doing this? My God. So I resorted to bloviating. All right, 855-839-1210.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the 3rd leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
It is Dom time. Welcome in, coming to your calls. The senator from Oklahoma, Mark Wayne Mullen, goes on CNN. I don't know if he goes on MSNBC. And he was on with Caitlin Collins. And about Charlie Kirk, he made mention of something we haven't talked about fully. Attacks on Christians. This disturbing pattern. Now, what we know so far with these engravings, not essentially, we can't say the alleged shooter was after him because of that. But that's one of the areas of antagonism of going after him, as far as I can tell. The other two areas are fascist and, of course, the train stuff. There we go. All right. Evan Bicchetto came to our attention with the Young Republicans way back when we were talking about, hey, what is it like to be a young Republican? Now, we've heard a lot about Charlie Kirk and the idea of making it cool to be a conservative. I don't know if that's the case in Philadelphia. I don't run into any trouble. I mean, the shows I do, like Inside Story and all that, I rarely, if ever, have had any. But, you know, the Philadelphia Inquirer always says conservative or right-wing host does this. I don't care. It's fine with me. It's an identifier. When are they ever identifying people as left-wing host or liberal or progressive? And the answer is almost never. So Evan is the ambassador of the Philadelphia Young Republicans. He is George Bicchetto's son. So you see, he doesn't fall too far from the tree of the great stuff that's going on there. He joins us again on Talk Radio 1210. Wanted to thank you publicly, too, for the $108 bottle of wine that we drank last November, celebrating over at the NAC, the big win by President Trump. I got a little taste, you know. With a bottle of wine like that, Evan, it went around pretty quickly at the table there.
Well, thanks for having me, Dom. It's great to be on your show, and I'm happy that you appreciated the wine. I'll get you another one soon.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. Henry, make a note. Get to the door there. Get that. I'm going to wait a little bit. So, Evan, Young Republicans, do you guys see younger people now wanting to join the Young Republicans? Like, what are some of the young members? Are they like 21, 22? Do you have 18-year-olds? How does that work?
Well, first, let me just give my prayers for Charlie Kirk and his family. You know, he was a real voice of the millennial generation here in the United States and in Philadelphia. For the Young Republicans of Philadelphia, it's anywhere from 18 to 40. So J.D. Vance, who is 40, the vice president, is capping out technically of the Young Republicans age bracket. And what that means is, you know, we've had individuals at our previous events, like we had events for now Senator Dave McCormick, who were in college, and we also had young professionals. And, you know, what all of these people come and tell us, and I've talked to you about this in the past, is just the amount of social shaming that goes on of young Republicans, young conservatives in this country, on college campuses, out of college campuses, in the workplace. And, you know, when we're really talking about Charlie Kirk and talking about his legacy, I think that is a massive impact that he's going to have with us. Because in the past, when you're socially shamed as a conservative, it's not like someone just talking to you. They're screaming at you. They're berating you. Right. And you're caught off guard and you don't know what to say back. But so many people from college the young professionals would watch his clips on these campuses, would watch these YouTube shorts where he would just clap back and defeat these progressives, these radical liberals in debate. And it gave us hope. It gave us inspiration. Oh, Charlie Kirk can do it. He just did it. This is the same situation I was just in. If he can do it, I can do it too.
That is a great insight.
Oh, yeah. And, everyone I know who's social shamed or a quote-unquote closeted conservative, which is very prevalent in Philadelphia for young people because they fear they're going to lose friends. They're going to lose their job. If they even say, oh, I like Donald Trump. Oh, I like Charlie Kirk. So they don't come out and they don't say anything, but they see him winning in these arguments and they know it's the truth and it gives them hope for the future.
Well, and now that we see Picozzi win in Northeast Philadelphia, I don't even know if he's turned 30 yet. What it does is it tells us, at least in Northeast Philadelphia, there are underlying pockets of these moderate Democrats who may be ready to give it up.
Oh, yeah. State Senator Picozzi is a friend of mine. He's a really terrific guy. And what he was able to do was to jump on this bandwagon of young, youthful conservatives at college campuses and, again, young professionals. And they would do anything for him. He's a very charismatic leader. He knows how to communicate. He's not scared to meet people who disagree with him, Senator Picozzi. And that's why I think people like him, because they can actually talk and have a conversation, very much like Charlie Kirk was able to talk and have a conversation. So really, Charlie Kirk was the voice of our generation, and this is a very devastating loss.
Evan, one of the ideas we've been noodling and talking about, and I'd be willing to help in any way, maybe the young Republicans and then your colleagues on the other side, the young Democrats, they ought to be seizing this and to say on college campuses, what would do good here, coming off Charlie Kirk, would be debates between, principal figures, particularly if they're younger, and then would do it pro bono. Some will demand a lot of money. You don't have that, and the area colleges ought to be embracing this to bring them in. And the issues could be any number of things. I think the core of what you and I are talking about is support of Trump, say, or Trump's policies, if we want to, stick away from just abortion or something like that, and why this person supports him versus the antagonism on the other side. I don't hear anything. These colleges don't seem to get it, that's what they're supposed to be doing.
I love your idea. I think that's probably the correct direction that we should go as a country now. However, I do fear that maybe not the moderate Democrats, but the progressive Democrats would not even be willing to have a debate with us. They wouldn't even be willing to talk with us out of fear that they would lose, because in our mind's eye and what Charlie Kirk showed to us is that we can win in rational debates against the far left. But they're taking it out of this sphere of rational debate, and they're almost making it protest, and in some cases, protesting through violence, like we had on the college campuses with the Jewish students and, the pro-Israeli students. And that's something that we really, I think, as young people, we need to address, is because the far left is shifting, and they're taking the minds of these young people, and it's turning them radical. That protesting through violence is okay, which it is not. And I would love to debate more people. I invite Democrats to our events all the time, and many times they show up, and they're very happy that they came.
Well,
I couldn't believe you treated us.
We're going to ask the young, I don't know, do you think the young Democrats are progressives, or I would assume anybody joining their organization are probably more liberals, which you can have a debate.
If John Fetterman and Dave McCormick can sit on a stage and do it, then so can we.
Yeah, exactly right. So, Evan, let me know if you have any more. I'd love to help out and have you guys in the ring with them at a local. And the colleges ought to be the driving force. They ought to have their young Republicans debate their young Democrats league. And anybody that steps out of line that interferes ought to be suspended, then expelled if they have to. It's pretty simple.
It's very simple, and I'm right there with you. And I will reach out to everyone I know and try to help you
good.
set that up.
You let me know, Evan, at any point. Now, where do we find the Philadelphia Young Republicans? What events do you have coming up?
So you can find us on Instagram or Facebook, Philly YRs. We have a beautiful picture of Trump screaming "Fight, fight, fight" as our icon. And what we're doing is we have a lot of meetups at beer gardens and different bars around the city of Philadelphia, Center City, the Northeast, South Philly, as we gear up for the races coming next year with State Rep Martina White and Treasury Stacey Garrity. We're going to be pushing to have events in support of them as well. And we invite you to come out. We're going to do debate watch events together, which are always the biggest bashes. And if you're a Republican, come out. If you're a Democrat and you just want to have a debate with someone on the other side, we welcome you. We would love to talk to you and just share ideas, because that's what our republic is about. It's about sharing ideas with each other and debating.
Well, I'll give you one guy, and I live to debate, but, I'd have to take to the mattresses. Your dad in a debate, because this guy, it's like a physical conference. You can feel it, coming into the room. Man, what a role he's been on.
Oh, yeah. SEPTA, they were completely wrong, and he spanked them. The Pine and Spruce Street with the bike lane, you have to take older
Evan,
people into consideration.
That I like even better, the bike lane win, other than that. Then, of course, Columbus Day is back.
Columbus Day is great. We have the statues, the Rizzo, the Christopher Columbus in Marconi Plaza. He's on a great winning streak, and I hope Philadelphia appreciates him as the champion defeating wokeism in this city.
Absolutely. Evan, thank you as always. To be continued. Just let me know what comes up.
Thank you, sir. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. There you go. Henry, you see the debate idea, how things crystallize here? Who knows how it would turn out?
Ball's rolling.
Larry Krasner and I mean, come on. You'd want tickets to that. Come on.
Yeah.
I know I would. I'd pay a ticket. Just to be
I'm not
there
interested in politics at all. I'd
you
go
know
to
what
that.
I'm going to do? I'm going to take my glasses off and clean it in the beginning. And I'd get a pair of glasses. He has the type that turn with different colors. I'd have to have something flipping up and down just to throw them off for a little bit. Imagine, I was telling somebody last night at the Fred Herron event, they couldn't believe it. I think it was the DA, who's spectacular out in Bucks County. She was there.
Jen Shorn.
Yeah, Jen Shorn. And we got to get her back on, Henry, next week, maybe Wednesday or Thursday. I told her because she's got a couple things breaking. She didn't know that this creep actually has people stand there sometimes for an hour and a half on a spot where they're told they have to stand to be kind of like a centerpiece. One time, older woman with a walker, he's sitting in a chair drinking Starbucks. I mean, doesn't anybody else in the media say this and say, Mr. DA, why does everybody have to stand there?
And what is this for? What are they standing for?
Well, it's the weekly conference.
Oh.
You know how at big events, the presidents and all have all these people standing around. He's a DA.
It's the photo op.
Oh, yeah. And
look who I'm surrounding
myself. Get some 20-year-olds and have to stand for an hour, not an older woman with a walker. God. I wouldn't be comfortable. People having to stand there to hear me drone on for that period of time. Yeah. You can sit down and hear me drone on. All right. I want to clear a couple.
Please.
Yeah. Let me go to, Robert in Bensalem, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, what do you have today?
Hey, Dom. It's good to talk to you today, man. It's a beautiful day, but it's sad, man. Yesterday was a tragedy. 4 of my kids are pretty upset about it because they knew of him, and whether they agreed with him or not, they're about free speech. And it just speaks to everything, like as you've been saying before, college is the place to have debates about the issues of the day. And it seems to me that the left can't win these debates, and they're resorting to violence just like they have throughout history. And it's almost like it's repeating itself. And I don't think it's going to blow up to what they would like it to because common sense still reigns over here. But
and Robert, you know who I'm fingering here, too. It's not just the left. It's the cowardly and leftists, usually, college administrators. Every single one of them, if they don't get their job at Villanova, LaSalle, and all, is to have these debates. And if they can't police it, bring in more police, suspend more people. You're going to sit down and shut up until it's your turn.
Because left-wingers get to speak all the time on colleges, and you don't see right-wingers going crazy over it. And it's just ridiculous. And it honestly makes me sick, Dom. And it leads me kind of into my answer to the side question. I'm going to go with Charles Darwin. The one of the pioneers in discovering our origins. And the reason why I'm going with Charles Darwin today is because I look at what happened yesterday and what the left is doing, and it occurs to me we still have more evolving to do, Dom.
Well put.
Whatever that path is, we got a ways to go, man. You guys have a great day, and peace to Charlie Kirk's beautiful family, man. That was a tragedy.
Absolutely.
Have a good day, man.
Thank you very much. Look, and I could know if we reach anybody in the country today to get Scott Presler on at the top, couldn't do any better than that because he's in my mind's eye as one of the guys that has to watch out. Let's go to Susan, Chester Springs. Hello, Susan.
Yeah, hey, Dom. I mean, the whole thing is just sickening, and I listen to rational voices go, oh, we have to come together, this and that. Well, those aren't the voices that we're reaching.
Well, and
Normal
Susan, to your point, again, Jeffries and Schumer, for example, I could have a rational debate with them, and you see what they're doing. They cannot endorse Mandami, for example. They know deep down, and yet they won't speak out. So until the Democrat Party takes that group out, how can we have a dialogue? They're afraid of them, particularly the trans element of all this.
Well, we don't have freedom of speech. Where I work, where I live, when people start talking politics, I just have to keep my mouth shut because it's always talk to the hand. You don't know what you're saying. Where'd you hear that? You don't know anything. So I'm like, all right, whatever. I'm done. But I'll tell you, at some point, we have to take the yoke of the left off our backs. And we're not doing it. And I'm not talking about violence.
Right.
But we don't stand up for ourselves. And Riley Gaines, I heard her last night, she would have been there, except she's pregnant. So she's not going out.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Good
Well,
for her.
you know what? And I
But-
was making the point. Look, Charlie Kirk is one thing. Even that, he's a mild-mannered presenter and takes on all comers.
Mhm.
But for Riley Gaines to have to hide out for an hour and a half at shelter in place at San Francisco State, they were trying to kill her, over Leah Thomas, it is, people ought to be astounded. Even liberals ought to say, that's it.
But they don't, and there's no accountability. And this, I mean, in every other part of the world, I'm sorry, transgender, it's considered a mental illness. And we don't because, I don't know, we're afraid. These people need help. They don't need us saying, oh, you're like everybody else. You're just normal like the rest. No, you're not. No, you're not. And Charlie Kirk said it, and he died for it, frankly.
What's
So,
your side
my-
today?
Okay, well, everybody has probably experienced this and dreads another, a Charlie horse.
Yes, that's a great one. I wish I had taken that off at the beginning. A Charlie horse is a great answer. I was asking Henry, is that out of vogue now? Do you know what a Charlie horse is? So good.
Yeah, after a night of drinking, that's usually what will wake me up, either in the middle of the night or early in the morning.
All right. Yeah, when you get one of those, it's like out of the blue. Exactly. Even finely tuned athletes like Dan Borowski get them.
He gets them just sitting here.
Yeah, just sitting here. All right. They did a great job, though, with the Presler stuff.
my
It's
gosh,
up.
yeah.
It's like all kinds of side angles and all.
The B-roll footage is
The B-roll,
incredible.
yeah. Talk Radio 1210, our Twitter, you'll see that, and we'll put it up on mine if Henry can transfer that over. Yeah, of Presler with Charlie Kirk and some of the other people, various debates and various things that have gone on over the course of time. Gloria Ringo is one of our all-time favorites coming up. We'll talk with Fred Herron around 2:30. But right now, every day, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
That is right. And you're playing for a pair of tickets to see Sal the Voice Valentinetti perform at one of our favorite spots, the Zlock Performing Arts Center on Bucks County Community College this Saturday, September 13th. Don't forget, in October, you've heard Rich, Jack Carr coming back. The Zlock, I did an event there with Rand Paul. Fabulous, and I know Rich has done several. You will enjoy yourself. And don't forget the pints. They got a great bar there. Henry, what do we have?
Yeah, Dom, so for the side question today, we're asking
Yes.
for those all-time Charlies, so that's what I'm going to bring you today. I am going to bring you a Charlie.
All right.
Sort of.
All right.
Charlie adjacent. You mentioned a
Oh.
few names off
Yes.
the top that you would also accept, you know,
Okay.
maybe some women's names here. So this is a Charles adjacent name for this band. I'm not going to say a whole lot about this band except that they hit it big in the late 90s, early 2000s. And if you want to know what type of music they play, well, they played with bands such as Blink-182, Lit, Goldfinger, Sum 41, that type of vibe in the early 2000s. So I'm going to play you a cover song here of theirs. They are covering a love song by The Cure. I want to know this cover band with a Charlie name. Yeah, this early 2000s rock band with a Charlie-esque name. Need the name of that band.
Hit us with that. Got a lot more, too, coming up. And then Fred Herron. But we're going to get a winner and a winner for the week for a great prize. 855-839-1210.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School on York Road, Warminster on Friday, October 10th. And at the Sellersville Theater in Sellersville, Saturday, November 8th.
Super funny.
The show's great. Hearing all the great voices like Carrie Callis.
And of course, Mal Reese.
It was a riot.
Joe Conklin's really funny.
He cut me off on the way here. That's Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School, Friday, October 10th. And the Sellersville Theater, Saturday, November 8th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
It's Don Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
Okay, Charlie involved in this one today. Let's hear the clue. All right, Chris in Booth Wynn. Chris, what's your answer today?
All right, I'm going to guess from the Charlie adjacent clue. I'm going to say Good Charlotte.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very nicely played. I'm amazed at the musicality, the knowledge here. Yes. You're a winner, Chris. You get the belt today, and you also get the tickets. You'll enjoy this lock. And I think it's this weekend, this Saturday. Henry, got anything else on it?
No, it was pretty straightforward clue. Just want to incorporate a Charlie in somehow.
Very nice. All right, before I go to calls, a couple things. Rich Davis, just one of the all-time great listeners and callers, just emailed me. And, Rich, we miss you. Used to organize these events backing the troops, like Saturday morning over in Westchester. I once went when it was like 10 degrees below zero, and there still were 200 people there. I have a plaque. They gave me a big picture in the Dom Dome around. It just said, he asked the question, can you bring up at least why are there no volunteers or something of that nature on the roof to say there's somebody else up on the roof? And, Rich, I would say that nobody anticipated this, I guess, in the future. And I don't know if it's dangerous to have a volunteer. Do you know that's a volunteer there? But I take your point. I'm bringing it up. That's the point I brought up at the top of the show. If somebody rushed Charlie Kirk, attacked him, that's commonplace. But this is the stuff of hatred beyond belief. This is what you get with presidential candidates or presidents. Justin Jefferson, to his credit, just stepped up, or he did it this morning. I'm just seeing it on Twitter, to pay all expenses for Kirk's family and the Kirk kids. I'm sure Charlie made out pretty well, but that is a great gesture. And kudos to the Yankees for having a moment of silence last night for Charlie Kirk in a blue city. I would hope the Phillies and others would consider that. I can tell by the callers today, etc. And even if you hated him, it's a major moment. It's a big moment. It's on the level of something very historic almost here of what's happened. All right, coming up last night, I did not know this guy was a ringer. He was a bartender extraordinaire. Meanwhile, I poured 4 beers by my count in 2 hours and 1 mixed drink. Henry, that's up on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
We getting any response?
You know what? I haven't been looking at the comments.
Well,
here.
look up the comments and after the break, just butt in and tell me. I thought the hair looked fabulous there.
I think it does look good.
It's blowing in the wind.
It blows in the wind. It shows you've been working, but you still got, it's still there.
The gel is still there. The shape is still there. You got to look at it on YouTube. It's one of a kind. You can't see the gray in the back. The front, the lighting there was great. And it was a mixed drink of a lot of ingredients. Pat Malloy.
What was the drink?
You know what? I'll ask Fred. It was something with an H. Hathaway. One of those Irish guys. Pat Malloy, the police chief, made it. But it was complicated. All I did was essentially watch and hand him the glass. But it looks like I made it. That's all that counts. You would never know. All right. Serious purpose last night. We'll ask Fred Herron, too, about everything that's going on. It was great to meet the DA in person, Joe Hand, and just tons of listeners. It's not a big place, Chambers. Good on them, though, supporting this. And Fred Herron has a lot of family members. That's all that I'll say. They took over tables and tables of people.
Well, he's Irish, right?
No, he's Jewish.
Oh.
No, he's Jewish. No, there were a lot of Irish guys there. Okay. A bar Pat Malloy says the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. His wife, though, is Italian. He made the right move. All right. 855-839-1210. You get on board. One quick reminder. Let me tell you about my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz. Now, I'm thrilled to give you even better news. You've heard for 10 years me tell you about Dr. Bentz. Dr. Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist. So you have Dr. Bentz and another prosthodontist. Now, this is to give a patient with complex dental issues more times, more availability. Maybe if you've been putting off a dentist, now you got two people, or a general dentist, maybe you need some backup on complicated cases. Bentz Dental Group is your number one solutions provider with two prosthodontists. As I said, I've been seeing Dr. Bentz, my guy, for 10 years, happy with all the improvement that I've made. You have to get in on this. Get great dental health and the smile that you've always wanted. Call and schedule that appointment now at 610-272-6949, 610-272-6949, or visit bentzdentalgroup.com. That's BENTZ dentalgroup.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Listen up why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Guess who's watching Rob Finnerty on Newsmax? President Trump is. He even says Finnerty's show is so terrific. Millions are joining President Trump to watch Finnerty every night at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax. All this week, Rob looks at the media's war on President Trump. Rob gives you the facts about the National Guard in cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. He tells you the real truth about the Jeffrey Epstein files, and he reveals the big media's agenda on Trump's health. You need to watch Rob Finnerty on Newsmax. Check out your local cable system. Newsmax is on all major systems. Or download the free Newsmax app. It costs you nothing, and you can watch in minutes. Finnerty is the fastest growing primetime news show in America. Find out why even President Trump is tuning in. More than 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for news they can trust. Because we are real news for real people.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
Drier conditions return to the forecast along with temperatures near average. We'll see a mixture of sunshine and clouds today with a high temperature up around 82. A comfortable night tonight, mostly clear, low 64 for the city, cooler in the suburbs, and another pleasant day on Friday, partly sunny with a high again near 82.
Experience the precision-crafted performance of the full lineup of Acura SUVs and sedans. Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, and Reading for a test drive, or browse inventory online at piazzaacura.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Oh, I see David in Lexington, South Carolina has got a great one here. Yeah. I'll say that what he told me. I already wrote it on my wrist, what to avoid as we head off this weekend, Ro and I. But let's go to bartender extraordinaire, Sheriff Fred Herron over in Bucks County. Fred, welcome in. You are a ringer, though. I've been telling people about that for hours.
Thanks, Dom. I'm not sure of that, but I appreciate the confidence you had in me last night.
Well, no, you're a very confident guy back there. I saw you mixing stuff, and I'm thinking, I don't know, that doesn't look right, but he's confident.
Well, I think I did a little heavy pours. I talked to some people today. They appreciated my bartending skills.
Yeah, I don't know if Chambers does what we were doing. Now, I was telling Henry, I didn't know there. You told me, you pointed to it once. There is a Tito's line on one of the glasses where the tequila goes. Don't go over that line?
Yeah, it was a little trick. I didn't realize it. They showed me there's a line built into the glass that's where you pour the actual alcohol up to, and then, the mixtures and stuff like that. So it was easy to get the hang of it. It wasn't too bad. I had a lot of fun. You were the hit. People loved coming out. You did a great job last night. I think you served a little bit more than four. I know it was packed last night. It was packed in there.
Yeah, we had all law enforcement in the world. We had the former guy who I used to have in the air, Sheriff, the DA. We were well protected and a very lively crowd. Now, how many people are in the Herron clan, though? It was enormous that was there last night.
Yeah, well, my daughter was there, but, my wife has a big family. As you know, she's Italian.
I didn't know that. Wait a minute. Let's underline that. All right, let's vote for this man. Good work by you.
Yeah, her father was, she's first generation American born.
Okay.
Her and her sister and daughter, my daughter-in-law, my daughter, my brother-in-law. I don't even know. A lot of people there. My wife brought friends of hers. Then we had a lot of people from the sheriff's office. A lot of local people were coming in. One guy, when I was setting up before you got there, said, "Did I just hear you say Dom Giordano's coming?" So they stayed. That couple, we picked up a couple bucks from them, so that was good. It was a great. I had a lot of fun. I was exhausted though. The two bartenders, those girls, those women, they work their butts off. They did a great job.
Oh, yeah, with the two of us, particularly me and the way, I was telling my producer, it's a very tiny area there,
Yeah.
and they have to come in and out, get the money, do the whole thing, and just fabulous. So do you know how much you raised last night yet, Fred?
I don't. So I talked to the owner this morning. He's I guess, totaling out the receipts. He's got to figure out with the credit cards and the cash.
Okay.
So we get 15% of that. I will definitely text you and let you know the dollar amount.
Yep.
But I know there were some people putting hundreds into the tip jar, so that was really nice.
Wow.
And that all goes to the kids, and I'm excited. This is going to be one of many different fundraisers. So Penn Community Bank gave us a check for $5,000. So we got. I think we did pretty good last night.
Oh, absolutely. Now, how many kids do you have currently?
We just started off. We wanted to start off to make sure that we can get all the.
Right.
Everything worked out. We've got 30 kids right now in 2 age groups of boxing at Johan Boxing. And as I said last night, my goal is, like when I started in Ben Salem, we started with like 60 kids. And when I left in January 22, we were up to 1,280 kids. So at no cost to the taxpayer. My goal here is hopefully in a couple of years get to 3,000 kids.
Wow, it was fabulous. By the way, that Johan guy, that's a hair guy, Henry. It's a guy you don't want to take a picture with. That guy's hair, I'd like to take it right off his head and plop it on there. Amazing. Yeah. So, Fred, we got the podcast going on, too. We got the election coming up, and I met a lot of people running for office, including, I think the guy's name is Houghton, right? That's running in the commissioner.
Yeah, I think he's there's one guy who was running for a council person position. I don't know.
Okay.
Who the other one was.
And he told me he's running on a gravy platform. Immediately, I said I would turn out 5,000 votes for that versus a sauce platform. So, Fred, where do we find your podcast?
My podcast is on YouTube. It's on Spotify. Everywhere you get your podcasts. You can get it on our Facebook page. You can pick it up. So anywhere where you get your podcast, you can get ours. One's dropping tonight. Episode 18 is dropping tonight at 6:00. It's a really good episode. Obviously, I was going to have a buddy of mine on, but he's coming on in a couple weeks. He was high-ranking NYPD for 9/11. Okay. But this week we really talked about, and I heard a little bit of your show. We really talked about the craziness in the world. Charlie Kirk and what happened in Charlotte. We got to stop. I mean, and we talked a lot about that on the podcast today.
Absolutely. Well, Fred, thank you again. And to be continued, whatever you have, we'll be there. That was a wonderful crowd last night. And I learned the Tito line, so the next time I might experience, a fake drink, I'll try. Not like you, though. That was good bartending.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Fred. Take care.
Thank
we'll
you,
talk soon. All right. Fred Herron here. Let me go to Leslie and Bryn Mawr on Talk Radio 1210. Aloha.
Aloha. How are you today?
Good.
Yeah, I'm so sad about Charlie Kirk, and it kind of angers me when I read on Twitter these tweets from people in government that they just are so disingenuous. It's just the standard, violence has to stop, and our thoughts and prayers to the Kirk. It just doesn't mean anything anymore.
No, it doesn't. And Leslie, the step up to me, I hate to keep dwelling on this because the man is dead and killed and whatever the manner is, to be taken out by a sniper, that shows the hatred and the level of this. That's usually plots with a lot of people and presidents and big-time candidates, not some guy just wanting to go on a college campus and debate.
Right. Yeah, it's wrong. They're showing a picture of this sniper right now, or supposed, and all I can think of is the guy in that made the attempt on Trump.
Yes.
They're both around the same age.
Right.
And I think there's more behind this. I think he was a hired gun, and I think the guy in Butler was a hired gun.
Well, we will see, though. I think this will end in 24 hours. It's not going to go on too long. I think they're closing in.
If there's no, footprint of this guy, just like the guy in Butler, then there's something going on.
Got anybody on the side today? Charlie's?
I do. I have the NATO phonetic alphabet, also known as the Charlie Foxtrot alphabet.
Wow, that's a good one. Henry looks impressed in there. Nice, Leslie. All right, David in Lexington next. He's got a great one. Might need one more tip from him, too, as Roe and I head off this weekend. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost, month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-220-4067 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-220-4067. That's 800-220-4067. What do you have to lose? Call 800-220-4067. Again, 800-220-4067.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, lightning round. Be ready. David in Lexington with Dom, Lexington, South Carolina. David, what do you have today?
Hey, Dom, in honor of your visit to the Palmetto State and your destination, I'm not going with North Charlie, but I'm going to go with Charleston.
I wrote it on my
Not
wrist.
Charlie.
I told my right, avoid North Charlie. My compass is set.
Hey, when it starts looking like Philadelphia, that's when you know you've gotten to North Charlie.
I'm going to take a lot of pictures of that. The North Charlie line, that's right. You know, I love the idea of lines in like the Tito line, the Mendoza line. Now we have the North Charlie line.
That's a side question.
Yeah, that's a side question. You know what? I'm writing that down for Tuesday. All right, David, thanks for the great advice.
Thank you.
Clip that one for Tuesday. Lines, and we can explain to people. Mendoza line is just an all-timer, though. Yeah. Do you have another line in mind? The North Parallel.
The Mason-Dixon line.
That's it. All right, that's the key. Yeah, Mason-Dixon. All right. Let's go to Joe in Exton, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My Charles is Charlie Watts, late drummer of the rock group Rolling Stones.
Unusual choice for you, Joe. Where's everybody out there saying why?
Well, Dom, I'm fond of music, all types, but particularly classical. But I'm fond of rock and roll as well.
All right, Joe. The onion has another layer, Henry. We learned the parole work in the past. Now Charlie Watts, out of all the Charlies in the world.
Yeah, I was expecting like some sort of composer.
Exactly. Chopin, something.
Yeah.
Charlie Chopin. Marie in Ballackinwood. Let's go to Marie. Hey, Marie, who do you have today?
Charlie Hebdo, the satirical magazine in Paris where people who don't accept freedom of speech went in and murdered 12 people because of a cartoon they printed.
That's exactly right. And on a day like this, yes, I think I want to say that was 8 to 10 years ago. Could it be that much in Paris? Shocking. Yeah, the Muslim attack, that incident. And then here in the United States, somebody who's been on my show arranged it in Texas. They were attacked again. The real Guido on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Guido, do you have one today? Yo, Guido.
Charlie's Angels.
There you go.
Yes.
What's up with you, Guido? Any movie thing coming up?
Yeah, movies I'm going to do before the end of the year. I'm doing one with Alec Baldwin, which might be dangerous.
Oh, my God.
Because he shoots people.
Well, you got to...
It's called Fighting Destiny. It's already on IMDb. They got me listed as... They have me listed as Vinny.
Okay.
And
All right.
then I got to do
Yeah, well, Guido,
Yeah,
you gotta ask him about the time he was a fill-in host on Talk Radio 1210.
Oh, that's interesting.
Interesting.
I will.
Okay, thank you, Guido. Yeah, he didn't get any calls, and he said to the producer, "Let's go to calls now." And
That's interesting.
the guy said, "There are none." Interesting.
That's interesting.
You got to understand, he was in New York. We were relaying it or something, Henry, and Greg Stocker was put on the board here with this.
Yeah, I've heard the audio of it.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
It's
ridiculous. You talk about pretentious, but I'm surprised that he didn't draw calls. I thought people, maybe they couldn't put him on.
Oh, what, reading a Chinese menu? That wasn't enough
exactly.
to get calls?
All right. I think we better now take a moment to break down today and then put our name into the hat.
Yeah.
Let me we've got to be very quick here with Drew. All right, Drew, you got about 15 seconds. Who's yours?
Hey, Dom, thanks. In 1942, this company started out of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. It was a home delivery potato chip called Charles Chips.
All right. Thank you, Drew. All right. Big idea from today, though, and I'm already getting some text. The college campuses, in honor of Charlie Kirk, what happened here, freedom of speech, they ought to be having big-time debates. Would be happy to go and debate anybody, anywhere, or help you get the two sides to debate on something like, where the country is now and why. If you're a college, why would you not be doing that? And if you can't police it, then get other people to police it. These are college students. Suspend them or expel them if they won't sit down and shut up. Escort them out first. Okay, Henry, who did you like today? We were inundated with this.
Yeah,
today.
there was a few. Mike and Willow Grove with the Choo Choo Charlie did the whole song and dance with it. Susan in Chester Springs with the Charlie horse. Leslie and Bryn Mawr with the NATO phonetic alphabet.
I knew that got you. Yes.
Alpha Bravo Charlie and so on. And David in Lexington with Charleston.
Oh, man. Oh.
Tough ones.
I guess the Choo Choo Charlie guy, though.
Choo-choo
That was
Charlie,
such
Mike
a wild
and
call.
Grove.
Yeah, it was such a great call.
Okay.
Let's put his name into the hat. Let's have the 4-day round call.
All right.
Yes.
So Monday we asked for an all-time sci-fi character. Jesse in Drexel Hill gave Rico Browning, who was the monster from the Black Lagoon.
Right.
Tuesday we asked for someone you wouldn't want to be your boss. Jane in the Northeast gave the answer of Miranda Priestley, the boss from The Devil Wears Prada. Yesterday we asked for something that's pretentious, something or someone. Gary in Newtown went with the answer of John Kerry.
That was great.
And then you heard it right here, that all-time Charlie, Mike and Willow Grove with Choo Choo Charlie. If we put all those into the hat and get a little drum roll. Oh, that's a number 4. Mike in Willow Grove, you're this week's winner.
All right. Did we get anything back from Water so we don't know the price
yes,
yet?
no, it is a Gallows $50 gift card. As
thank you, Jim Harvey. Gallows $50 gift card. Gallows and the Hard Bar up there, Burger Bar on the Boulevard right there around Ron. Get the seafood salad, Rose's favorite. $50 gift card. It goes an extremely long way. I mean, they're really good with keeping prices down, providing great food forever. Thank you, Jim, for doing that, and keep them coming. So what a show today. Thank you so much. To be continued. I'll be off tomorrow, but we're already working up this whole debate idea and a bunch of other stuff to come. And Scott Presler, say a prayer for him wherever he is, still out there, more committed than ever to doing the great work. And the sadness you'll see in coming days, too, the more you see Charlie Kirk's family. FBI has to move quickly, get the killer, so that the nation at least can see that that's being done. Great work by Henry today, some of the people that we had on, and Fred Herron and the DA out there in those two races. Got to win, got to be a bastion of law and order. All right, Rich Cioli gearing up for 4 big hours. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is